Good evening, everyone. The time is 5:02 p.m. I am president of the commission, Christina Lambert, and I am filling in for Mayor Keith James, who cannot be here tonight unexpectedly. I know we have a lot of people in the room with us, so I just ask that we all come together for a moment of silence. Commissioner Peduzzi, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you so much. It's always great to see our commission chambers packed. Just a reminder to all of our guests and regular attendees that we do have civility and decorum policy, and just ask that officials be recognized by the chair and that public shall be addressing the commission as a whole, and we will not take individual questions on the dais or in the audience. Displays of anger, rudeness, ridicule, impatience, lack of respect, or personal attacks are strictly prohibited. City Administrator, are there any additions, deletions, or reorganizations of the agenda?
No, Madam President.
Thank you. All right, we do have a couple of proclamations to start with. The first is a proclamation for National Small Business Week. Last year, the city was proud to process over 2,500 business tax applications, an impressive pace and achievement for any city. Many of those applications were for our small businesses. Small businesses make up 99% of all private sector employers. And so, as you can see, we are bullish about small businesses here in West Palm Beach. And that's why we, a city of opportunity for all, hold small business mentorship programs, town halls, and resource fairs. So it is with great pleasure that on behalf of our mayor and the city of West Palm Beach that I hereby recognize this Small Business Week. And here to accept the proclamation is Frank Hayden, director of our Small Business and Minority Business Programs, and Althea Harris, deputy director of the South Florida District Office of the U.S. Small Business Administration. And I'll come down and join you. Would you like to say a few words, Frank? Would you like to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I really just want to, so my name is Jolani Claude. Unfortunately, our Deputy Director, Althea Harris, who was initially scheduled to be here, couldn't be here today. I am a Marketing and Outreach Coordinator for the South Florida District for the SBA, and I am super grateful to the commissions for this proclamation, and also for Frank and Cindra's support in making sure this was executed. And on behalf of our team, our Deputy Director and our District Director, the whole team of SBA South Florida District, thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I've asked Commissioner Peduzzi to help me with this proclamation. I'm proclaiming Thursday, May 15th, 2025 as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and May 11th through May 17th, 2025 as West Palm Beach Police Week. In every American community, law enforcement officers are committed to preserving life and property. This past year, our city made significant strides as our police department partnered with neighborhoods to achieve a 12% decrease in overall crime. Our communities are experiencing a drop in property and auto burglaries as well as auto theft. We have made public safety job number one, and we've placed our police department in a position to jointly achieve these quality of life metrics. Tonight, we are honored to honor the West Palm Beach Police Department and join the nation in observing Peace Officers Memorial Day. Peace Officers Memorial Day is dedicated to commemorating law enforcement officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. It is my honor on behalf of Keith James and the City of West Palm Beach to hereby proclaim May 11th through May 17th as West Palm Beach Police Week and recognize Thursday, May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day. Presenting and accepting this proclamation is Chief Tony Araujo, Sergeant Adam Myers, Sergeant Ariel Munoz, and Officer Seth Buxton.
Good evening. Thank you for this award on behalf of Chief Tony Araujo, who actually could not be here this evening because he is up in Washington, D.C. and representing one of the families that recently passed away serving. So it is a great honor, and on behalf of the entire West Palm Beach Police Department, we say thank you for the commitment, thank you for the award, and all the support. Thank you.
Thank you. I've asked Commissioner Ward to help us in proclaiming May 18 through 24, 2025 as National Public Works Week. The Public Works Department is essential to the upkeep of our infrastructure. Often unseen, the West Palm Beach Public Works team maintains our roads and handles our solid waste management. They are key to maintaining a sustainable and resilient West Palm Beach. This year marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week, when we honor those who maintain, protect, and improve our infrastructure. Therefore, on behalf of our Mayor, Keith James, and the City of West Palm Beach, I hereby recognize May 18th through 24th as National Public Works Week. Here to accept the proclamation are Leon Pinder, Director of Public Works, Amy Marks, Administrative Services Manager, Matt Williams, Fleet Manager, and Jonathan Algaranes, our Facilities Manager.
I know you got it.
Good evening, Commissioners, City Administrator. Thank you all very much for this award, and thank you all for your continued support for the men and women that work in public works to provide the service. This just shows another way of your commitment and dedication to what we do each and every single day. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one presentation. This is the highlight of award presentation to Ida Veronica Vidal, CCMS, who was awarded the Women Business Owner of the Year by the Small Business Administration. Ms. Vidal is the Chief Executive Officer and President of Custom Cleaning and Management Services Corporation. Ms. Vidal, are you here? Yes, would you like to speak and say a few words?
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm deeply honored and humbled to receive this recognition by the U.S. Small Business Administration. I want to begin but sincerely thanking the SBA and the Office of Equal Business Opportunity for the immense support to all the small business community. Also, I want to thank all the development centers that has been contributing to my growth as a leader and as a business owner for standing beside us and offering resources, guidance, and encouragement, not only in the wins, but also in the challenges. To my fellows entrepreneurs that I know there is some here in the room, we have shared ideas, lift one another during uncertain times, and continue pushing forward. They are my inspiration. As a woman business owner, I lived and I know firsthand the extra layers of persistency, hard work, and strength this path often requires. To my family and friends over there, thank you so much. You are the foundation of this journey. More than anything, to my children, for all the baking cookies that we didn't do, for all the movies and popcorn that we couldn't get to it, and my friends for all the girls' night that I couldn't do because I was working. And to my team, because these awards are a reflection of our continued improvement, okay, and our passion and our daily battles as a small business. And this is not a personal achievement. I think this talks and embrace all the small business in the county and all the small business to continue growing and giving back. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank
Congratulations.
you. Thank you.
Mr. Hayden, thank you so much for letting us recognize Ms. Vidal here. I think it was fitting, given National Small Business Week. Congratulations again. I know it truly takes a village for every small business that happens, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to appointments. We have the City Commission approval is requested for the mayor's reappointments of Beverly Morrison and Leon Lipsick to the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee for a term of 2 years to expire on July 19th, 2027. Ms. Morrison? Yes. Oh, I apologize. Thank you so much. Before moving on, we do have another presentation. So thank you, Administrator Johnson. We have a presentation by the 2025 Boat Show. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Alyssa Freeman. I'm the Executive Director for the Marine Industries Association of Palm Beach County, the very proud owners of the Palm Beach International Boat Show. And I just want to thank, first of all, you commissioners for all of your support this year and all the other years for your support. And it was also great to see you all out there, because I'm pretty sure I did see each and every one of you out there supporting the boat show, and we really, really appreciate that. So thank you so much. So I'm going to go through some of the highlights from this year's boat show, which took place March 19th through the 23rd. And I just want to note that we did not get a new economic impact study done this year, but we hope to hopefully do that for next year. We don't get one done every single year, but we do have some facts that we want to share with you. So attendance was up over 15% without the extra day, but with the extra day that we had this year, because you remember we went from 4 days to 5 days, it was more than 20% over the prior year. So that was exciting. We also surveyed both attendees and exhibitors after the show and found that more than half of all attendees said that their main reason for visiting West Palm Beach was the Palm Beach International Boat Show. 6% of attendees and 17% of exhibitors traveled internationally to come to West Palm Beach. Very few large events have this type of large effect on attracting international travel, so we're really proud of that. Visitor satisfaction was incredibly high. Nearly 90% of all visitors, of all attendees, were very satisfied or satisfied with their experience. 90%. Nearly 90% of attendees said they are likely or extremely likely to attend again in the future. This type of loyalty to events is very unusual, we think, and speaks to the unique and compelling experience of this show and in this city. Informa, the show's producers, reported that the Net Promoter Score, NPS, increased, which is a widely used customer satisfaction and loyalty metric that measures how likely customers are to recommend a company, product, or service to others. The attendee score was 60, which is fantastic, and also an improvement from previous years. And from Informa's perspective, they couldn't be here tonight, but they are saying, quote, "It was a very strong show." We do have a quote from a downtown business, and the quote is, "Extending the boat show from 4 to 5 days had a noticeable impact on our business. The energy downtown was incredible, and I'd say it was the best week I can remember, if not the best we've ever had in terms of revenue." And that was from Brian Fisher, the general manager of Duffy's on Clematis Street. Tourism impact. The direct tourism impact was significant. 13% more room nights were sold directly by the show this year over last year, and those are just the rooms sold directly by the show, and that equated to nearly 4,000 room nights. And there was also a strong showing for the European market, and that was by leveraging partnerships with, for example, the Super Yacht Builders Association, which is based in Europe, so that was very helpful. So now I'm going to turn it over to Rena Blades, our Director of Community and Government Affairs for the Palm Beach International Boat Show.
Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you, all of you all. We want to extend a special thank you to city staff. Our team works very closely with your staff, as you know. In particular, I want to thank Armando, Jennifer, and Angela, and we can't do it without police and fire. This year, I understand we always work seamlessly. I understand this year we received even less of the consternation and stress we get about traffic and street closures and things, and that's a testament to the job your city team does. And we do a follow-up meeting every year and just have completed that, and we're pleased to be here. I also oversee and help get started our grant program, Palm Beach Boat Show Gives Back, and just am here to tell you that we've now given away $1 million to the community, and that's because of the proceeds of this very successful show. There are 29 grantees this year, and just a couple of highlights. One of the grantees is the Florida Fishing Academy. They take kids out on the water, and they wouldn't otherwise. And then a surprise, perhaps, would be Ballet Palm Beach. How is that related to the ocean? Well, they're doing an interpretation of a book for kids all about sea turtles, and they'll be performing here at the waterfront. We'll let you all know when that comes up. But we can't thank you and your staff enough for all the support.
And in closing, we're looking forward to another successful boat show next year in 2026. The dates are set for March 25th through the 29th, and we would be happy to try and answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Commissioners. Any questions? Thank you so much. It was a beautiful boat show again this year, and I really do appreciate you continuing to work with not only our city staff and first responders, but also to the neighborhood association. In years past, they've given feedback, and you've been extremely responsive, as well as to these grants that you're giving back to the community. So thank you so much for being a great partner to West Palm Beach. Thank you. Congratulations. All right, moving back to the agenda. My apologies for overlooking that. The City Commission approval is requested for the mayor's reappointments of Beverly Morrison and Leon Lipsick to the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee for a term of 2 years to expire on July 19th, 2027. Ms. Morrison and Mr. Lipsick have served over the maximum allowed number of terms, 3, and it is required that the City Commission confirm their reappointments. Are there any questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, it is my honor as the Commission liaison to CJAC and as a longtime member of CJAC myself prior to becoming elected, to move approval of the appointments of Beverly Morrison, Leon Lipsick to the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee for a term of 2 years to expire on July 19th, 2027.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. City Commission approval is requested for the mayor's appointment of Antonio Dubois, Eric Sane, and Robert Norberg to the Watersheds Advisory Committee for a term of 2 years to expire on June 2nd, 2027. Mr. Dubois, Mr. Sane, and Mr. Norberg have served over the maximum allowed number of terms, 3, and it is required that the City Commission confirm their reappointments. Commissioners, are there any comments or questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, it is also my honor to move for approval of the appointments of Antonio Dubois, Eric Sane, Robert Norberg to the Watersheds Advisory Committee for a term of 2 years to expire June 2nd, 2027.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Any further comments or discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Moving on to the consent calendar. Are there any questions on items 9.1 through 9.5? I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
Madam President, I move approval of the consent calendar, items 9.1 through 9.8. 5.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to the public hearing portion of our agenda.
Madam President,
Yes.
I would like to request the board's consideration to change the order of items 10.3 and 10.2. 10.2 involves a consultant who will lead that presentation, and he is delayed, so I would ask that the board hear item 10.3 after item 10.1 to give him time to be here.
Okay. So you're suggesting that we hear 10.1, then 10.3, and then 10.2?
Yes.
Okay. Any objections, commissioners? Okay. Sounds reasonable. We can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion. All right, item 10.1 is public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 5129-25, approving the conveyance of a city-owned property located at 815 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard to the Sickle Cell Foundation of the Palm Beaches, and resolution number 109-25F, authorizing the transfer of city funds from Real Estate Management Fund reserves in the amount of $350,000 to support the rehabilitation of property located at 815 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard. Yes, Commissioner Warren, you're recognized.
Madam President, I recuse myself from discussion and voting on item 10.1 because I am an employee of the Sickle Cell Foundation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Lambert. For the record, Jennifer Ferriel, Housing and Community Development Director. This agenda item was presented at the April 28th City Commission meeting and was approved by all parties of the City Commission. I have no changes to what it was originally proposed at that meeting. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Commissioners, any comments or questions on this item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion for 10.1.
I move approval of ordinance number 5129-25 and resolution number 109-25F.
There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second has made. Is there any other further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
She has to do the ordinance, right?
Madam President? Is it ordinance? Thank
Yes.
you. Yes, please read the ordinance.
Ordinance number 5129-25, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, approving the sale and conveyance of city-owned property located at 815 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard to the Sickle Cell Foundation of Palm Beach County, Inc., authorizing execution of a conveyance agreement and all ancillary documents, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
Thank you. There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Commissioner Warren, you can come back. And we're going to skip item 10.2 for now and move on to item 10.3. Public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 5133-25, amending Chapter 74, Solid Waste of the Code of Ordinances of the City of West Palm Beach, amending and replacing Article 5, Commercial Collection Franchise, converting to a franchise fee based on revenue rather than on volume, and amending and restating the regulations for franchises for the collection of solid waste within the city. Mr. Pender?
Good evening, Commissioners. Leon Pender, Public Works Director. For the record, I'm discussing ordinance number 5133-25, which proposed revisions to the fee charged to private haulers, which have franchises to provide solid waste disposal of 10 cubic yards. Before we continue, I want to just stress that the ordinance before you today does not apply to or impact residential or mom and pop small businesses, and also does not change the solid waste disposals fees through groups currently paying. So sorry about that. So if you look at the green bin sees on the screen, the slide shows most residential businesses, customers that collect services is provided by the city for solid waste up to 10 cubic yards. The service is not the subject of the ordinance before you today. The ordinance bin in the orange bin, a collection of 10 cubic yards, and is only used by large retailers, office buildings, and construction projects. This service is not provided by the city. Instead, is granted franchises to private waste haulers to provide this service. For further background, the city has granted 7 franchise commercial haulers to provide collection services of solid waste over 10 cubic yards. The businesses that require these large solid waste services negotiate with the haulers and select a specific hauler they will use for their collection service. The current franchise fees to the haulers by the city is based on the number of cubic yards of the waste collected and has been unchanged for 19 years. To ensure any proposed ordinance revisions meet best practices, the city commissioned an independent study by Raftelis Financial Consultants. The study was completed in April 2025. The key recommendation was to change from a fee based on volume of waste hauled to a fee based on the percentage of haulers' gross revenue. Under the current fees, the haulers pay an annual fee of $12,500 plus $1 per cubic yard collected monthly. The current fee is hard to audit as the city relies on volume reported by the haulers. Under the proposed fee, the haulers pay the city 10% of the monthly gross revenue they collect from the city customers. The proposed fees is in line with how comparable municipalities charge franchise fees and make auditing haulers' records more transparent and accurate. The proposed fee is on the low end of what comparable municipalities charge, which range from 10% to 25%. There are also some non-financial revisions proposed in this ordinance, among which are revisions to clarify the franchise application process and requirements, additional of annual reports which requires certification by public accountant of the information submitted to the city, and updating bond requirements from $12,500 to $50,000. If the commission were to approve this ordinance today, we will schedule a second reading for May 27th, working with the franchises to amend their agreements to the new formula, and the new fees will take effect October 1st. Staff recommends approval of ordinance 5133 2023-25 on the first reading and schedule a second reading for May 27, 2025. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Commissioners? Commissioner Fox?
Thank you so much for the presentation and also for the extra info at agenda review last week. I wonder if you can go over a little bit more. We talked about how the pricing structure will change for the larger businesses, that this won't be impacting any of the small businesses, but which is great. But I also want to just understand better about how the larger businesses will be impacted. You mentioned that because we have 7 different vendors that we're working with, they are all basically competing with each other to get the businesses of the other businesses, and so hopefully that will help them keep the pricing low, just to be competitive. But could you talk a little bit more about that? I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly. Thanks.
I can answer that. Commissioner Fox, Jose Luis Rodriguez, Assistant City Administrator for the record. In terms of impact to the 7 haulers that have these licenses, it's very difficult to predict for 2 reasons. The first reason is that it depends on how much revenue they earn a month and how much volume they're collecting of these large bulk collections every month, and that fluctuates from month to month. It's not like, for example, residential services where you have the one residential account, like, for example, my residential account, and it's the same every month, because you may have businesses that drop off and get added. For example, construction sites. If there's a large construction project, they may contract with a hauler to provide these services for 1, 2, 3 months, and then once the project is done, they don't need them anymore. So it's difficult to gauge that. We do expect that there may be some businesses of these 7 that will have unchanged fees to the city, or very close. They'll continue paying very close to the same fees. Some may pay a little more. Some may pay a little less. It really depends on how those businesses, work out over the couple of months. I can tell you that we did reach out to the 7 haulers that do have these franchises, and we got a response back from 5 of the 7, and those 5 were all on the same page, and they said that they had no problem with this fee formula. They actually like this fee formula better because it's easier for them, because it's just an accounting issue where you provide a financial statement to the city that's certified by a public accountant, and that sets the rate, as opposed to what they do now, where they have to go every month and figure out how much they've collected in large solid waste collections from each individual customer. So they are supportive of this, and they are actually had no objections to moving to this formula. And a reminder also that this fee, at the same time residential and smaller commercial fees have been updated over the last 19 years, these franchise fees that these haulers pay have not been updated, so they're long overdue for an update to the best practices that other municipalities follow.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Commissioner Ward?
I just wanted to say, mostly because we've got a big audience and this isn't one of those high-profile items that people came here to listen to, but I just wanted to say thank you because obviously, just for people's edification, a lot of times department directors and obviously Jose Luis, you guys meet with us to go over these items. You guys knew everything, all the answers to my questions, had your background, compared what other cities are doing, what you thought was reasonable, and so I really appreciate, even though this isn't like one of those flashy items, but you guys answered all my questions and were really prepared, and so I really am appreciative of your diligence.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one other question. I know, it seems like this is a great policy that allows us to be more efficient and precise in our billing efforts, and it seems like the vendors who we've heard from have wanted this. I'm appreciative that we're doing this now, but I'm curious as to the timing of this. Why, what prompted us to look into this now?
I can only speak for the history that we have in the past couple of years under this administration. The prior Public Works Director, a year or two before Mr. Pinder was appointed, started the process of looking at these fees, and then before he left, the process was started, but it wasn't completed. And then when Mr. Pinder came in, then we sped the process along and hired the external consultant to try to get us that data and that recommendation. But yeah, I can't speak as to prior to our history here, a couple of directors ago, why it wasn't updated in the past earlier.
Well, I'm grateful that we're doing it now. Thank you so much for your time on this. If there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move approval of ordinance number 5133-25 and schedule second reading for the May 27, 2025 commission meeting.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, and there's been a second. Madam Clerk, will you read the ordinance?
Ordinance number 5133-25, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 74, Solid Waste of the Code of Ordinances of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending and replacing Article 5, Commercial Collection Franchise, providing a conflicts clause, a codification clause, and a severability clause, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
Thank you so much. There's been a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Madam City Attorney, are we good to move on to item 10.2? I'm sorry, City Administrator.
You are.
Thank you. Team effort. All right, moving on back to item 10.2, public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 5130-25, amending the City of West Palm Beach Code of Ordinances at Chapter 86, Traffic and Parking, creating Article 7, Mobility Fee, Sections 86-500 through 516, establishing a mobility fee benefit district and providing for the establishment of a mobility fee and account. Thank you so much, Jessica.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Keller. I'm the Mobility and Transportation Manager. Thank you for having me, Commission and the City Administrator. First of all, I want to give thanks to all of the people that worked on this. This was multiple departments, including the City Attorney's Office, Planning, and of course the City Manager's Office. Tonight, we have a consultant here, Jonathan Paul. He's going to give the majority of the presentation. I'll wrap it up with recommendations and some questions.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am not Jonathan Paul, but I'm Louis Rotundo, and I'm a consultant also for the city. I've been working with your staff to implement House Bill 479, which passed the legislature last year. I was the principal architect of the language in 479, and I just want to make a couple of quick remarks about that bill. That bill was the most significant overhaul of growth management we've seen in Florida since the 2011 law. And usually when someone says Tallahassee did something, most local governments panic. Well, in this case, I can assure you, you have no grounds to panic. This was something that was good for all of local governments. And what they basically tried to do was to clarify the 20 years of growth management that we've seen and the confusion that has resulted from differing interpretations of certain sections. What I wanted to specifically stress tonight that was in the bill, that you will hear more details and the plan you are going to be seeing will conform with that bill, was that what the legislature wanted to do was clarify that there should only be one fee for transportation, and that's the fee charged by the local government issuing the building permit. However, that local government is responsible for its extra jurisdictional impacts, both ways, county to city, city to county, county to adjacent county. Why? That was the 2011 law from growth management, which seems to have been lost in the shuffle. The second thing that is unique to this bill is that it required interlocal agreements that are plan-based. Previously, a lot of local governments had used a capacity consumption system, and the legislature felt that that was difficult to track where the money was going and what it was being spent on. With a plan-based methodology for the fee, the developer gets to see it, and the local government gets to see it. What are we collecting for? What are we spending it on? And last but not least, those interlocals that I mentioned earlier. The whole premise of that is work it out. Work it out. Between the local governments, work it out for the people who are living here who never get to see exactly where their money is going, either from the development side or from the resident side. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Paul and let him give you the details of the plan that is being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Louis. My name is Jonathan Paul, the principal of New Urban Concepts. And just for any members of the public out there, a mobility fee is a fee paid by new development to mitigate their traffic impacts. Historically, Palm Beach County has collected a road impact fee, and that road impact fee has helped to widen roadways, add turn lanes, improve traffic signals. Most of downtown West Palm Beach is really built out, and in terms of transportation capacity, and the emphasis is making it safer for people to walk, to bicycle, and access transit. A roadway impact fee doesn't pay for any of those things. A mobility fee does, and it does allow the commission and the city to spend its money on improving transit, improving bicycle facilities, improving sidewalks, streetscape, all the things that matter to make West Palm Beach a vibrant downtown. And so this is a big step. It's been something that's been discussed for a number of years. This will not be a tax on any existing residents or a tax on any existing businesses. It is a one-time fee paid by new development into the downtown. And the city would not be the first in the state of Florida. There are a number of communities throughout the state, all the way from the Panhandle down to Miami Beach, that have adopted mobility plans and mobility fees as an alternative way to improve transportation in their communities. Louis mentioned briefly the House Bill 479. As of right now, Palm Beach County still implements a version of transportation concurrency, mostly within the city and within the downtown area. There are some other additional requirements because it's a concurrency exception area, meaning new development doesn't specifically have to look at roadways. However, they are paying a roadway impact fee that only goes towards roadways. So this mobility fee would really turn that metric around, and it would provide the city with a funding source to improve transportation downtown. There are a number of steps that have gone into this overall process. The first was developing a mobility plan, which the city did back in 2018. The city is in the process of updating that downtown mobility plan, and that's identifying a number of improvements throughout the downtown core, looking at strategic alternatives for Flaggler Avenue, Dixie, Olive, and Clematis Street. Some of the projects that came out of that are the recent cycle tracks on Banyan and the design of Clematis Street and Rosemary as curbless shred streets. Those are all three projects that were identified in the original plan in 2018. This fee is based on those projects specifically, and it will actually help to go towards funding those. So we've developed a fee for the downtown area. We've also developed an ordinance that helps to implement that. Those would be the steps that you're taking here this evening. Follow-on steps will be an amendment to the city's comprehensive plan, and then ultimately negotiations with Palm Beach County. This is the downtown mobility assessment area. It's essentially where fees are going to be assessed. And it is largely the area surrounding the City Hall, up to Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, and just south down to Okeechobee Boulevard. To the east is the Intercoastal, and to the west is Clear Lake. So this is a relatively compact area of the city, but it is where most of the redevelopment is currently occurring, and where most of the revenues are actually generated from existing road impact fees today collected by the county. The city will be looking at studying and expanding this elsewhere in the city, and that's something that will be going on over the next few months. As part of this process, there will also be known as a benefit district that will be established, and this basically says the assessment area is where the money is collected, the benefit district is where it can be spent at. And so the benefit district's a little bit larger because some of the projects go outside of downtown, such as the reconstruction of Flaggler, Some of the trails around Clear Lake, they go outside of the core area. This just notes that if you collect that money downtown, these projects do provide a mobility benefit to the residents in the businesses of downtowns. And if and when the city is ready to advance those, they could spend mobility fee funds on those. This area is a little over a square mile. Right now, the area where Palm Beach County can collect its fee is that red outlined area. It's called District 2. I think it's roughly 10 square miles. So essentially, what's been happening for a number of years now is all development that is going on downtown, they've been paying a road impact fee to the county, and the county can spend those money anywhere within that red outlined area in District 2. So they can spend them over in Green Acres, they can spend them in the northern part of Lake Worth, they can spend them up Magnolia Park, they can spend it out by the Turnpike. There's no obligation that they actually spend it downtown here. Most likely, and we'll get into the numbers as part of the second phase of this, but there's been anywhere to $25 to $30 million in fees that have been collected over the last 10 plus years from development in downtown. None of that money has worked its way back into downtown West Palm. So you hear about issues about traffic on Parker, or we can't extend Fern across the railroad tracks, we can't do X, Y, and Z. That's because the county's taking the road impact fee money and they're spending it out on State Road 7 or Turnpike or something out to the west. They're not spending it in downtown West Palm Beach. The biggest thing that will occur and the biggest change that will happen from this, once adopted, that money paid in the downtown West Palm will stay in downtown West Palm Beach. So if you don't get anything at all from anything else from this evening, the money that developers are spending right now doesn't get spent downtown, it gets spent elsewhere. Should you all elect to move forward with this, the money they pay would be spent downtown. There's an analysis that we have to go through in terms of technical documentation to show where growth occurs within the downtown over the next 10 to 15 years. This helps to determine what types of improvements are needed out into the future. And all the information I'm providing to you this evening is documented in a technical report. The projects are based on those ones that have not been completed as part of the 2018 mobility plan, and some of the new projects as part of the downtown 2025 mobility plan. And then several of the corridors where there's not necessarily known what's going to happen, such as Dixie and Olive or Flaggler, those are identified as corridor studies to be looked at in the future. Once those are further defined, they could be updated in the future mobility fees. So to provide a comparison, essentially this fee will replace the fee that's being charged by the county today. So for a single family dwelling within the downtown area, the new fee is $5,600. The county charges $5,597. So it's basically a 1% above the county's fee. For multifamily, for smaller units, it's actually a little bit less. For larger units, it's more. And it really varies based on the underlying trip generation for these uses. This isn't necessarily an apples to apples comparison because the county has its own different schedule, its own methodology, its own bases for these numbers, but this is the closest comparison that we can get to. For community serving uses such as places of worship, the fee is roughly comparable. For private education, it's 10% below. For the institutional uses, you have several that are proposing to come into the downtown area. They'd roughly pay the same as they're paying in the county today. Outdoor recreation, I really don't see you're going to have a whole lot of it in downtown here. Office space would pay 2% more than they are paying today. Medical office would pay roughly 8% less. Street level retail would have a larger reduction. This is roughly 12.5% reduction from what the county charges. Freestanding retail, you don't really have a lot of it downtown, but the Publix off of Rosemary would probably be the best example of a freestanding retail use. that would pay less than what's paid in the county. And in the convenience retail, again, I don't see a whole lot of that occurring. Most of the retail you're going to see in downtown is bottom floor retail with residential above, and those rates would be roughly 12% less than what they're charging in the county today. So here are just a few examples of the comparisons between the county fee and the city fee and what they would mean in terms of actual real-world projects. A project called 360 Rosemary, the county fee is slightly higher than what's being calculated as part of the city fee. One Flaggler, the county fee again is a little bit higher than what's coming in for the city fee. For the Cleveland Clinic, again, it's coming in a lot lower. One thing to think in mind is this fee is based on travel downtown. So, you know, the trip lengths aren't as long for people that are down here. When you're downtown, you tend to walk, bicycle, use transit. So overall, there's a greater internal or community capture of trips, which is why some of these, the actual underlying costs are higher than what the county has, but the trip lengths aren't as great because you're not traveling as far once you're in the downtown area. For the Nora Hotel, this is probably one of the few fees that is actually higher. Really couldn't tell you why the county's fee is as low as it is. It's about $2,000 a hotel dwelling unit or hotel bedroom. Most of the fees now that we've been working on are anywhere from $4,000 to $6,000 per room, and this fee comes in roughly at about $4,000 per room. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica. I know this is a lot to go over. There's a lot of detail behind it. We will be having additional workshops this summer as we look at a citywide fee, but this is really something that's been in the making for a while. The methodology we've used just last week, Palm Beach Gardens adopted their second update of this, so I'd actually done the Gardens fee and plan 5 years ago, and then we just went through and got that adopted this past month. 2 months ago, we did a fee for Boynton Beach, a downtown mobility plan, downtown mobility fee. That was adopted as well, and we're working on finalizing a fee for Village of Palm Springs. We've done 15 of these in the last 15 months, and we've done more than any other firm in Florida, and it's something that a lot of municipalities are interested in and looking at. So our methodology is tried and true, but there is a lot of detail, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Jessica does want to make a few closing remarks, and then I can be back to respond to anything.
Thank you. Jessica?
I just wanted to wrap it up. Staff does recommend that we approve this ordinance on first reading. It's consistent with the state statute. It's consistent with the transportation element of the comprehensive plan. It will replace the collection of the current Palm Beach County road impact fee and use the dollars collected for downtown West Palm Beach. It'll provide funding for transportation capacity improvements of all modes, not just for driving. And it establishes the dual rational nexus requirements for need and benefit and is a rough proportionality to the impact of new development. I wanted to reiterate the next steps. Assuming that we accept this at first reading this evening, we'll have the second reading of the ordinance adoption. We've initiated the development fee and plan for outside of the city, downtown, I'm sorry, for outside of downtown. We've initiated the comprehensive plan amendment changes. We've initiated the discussions to negotiate the interlocal with the county. And in 90 days, which would be August 10th, we would be able to collect mobility fees. And if you have any questions, Louis, Jonathan, myself, we can answer them now.
Thank you so much. I do anticipate we'll have some questions from the commission. I did have one question. We went over this during our one-on-one meeting, and I don't have my notes with me. What was the amount that you estimated that the city of West Palm Beach has lost out on that funds have gone outside of this area from development that has taken place within our downtown area?
Oh, Jonathan had mentioned that over 15 years, it's between 20 and 30 million dollars, and over 20 years, it's been $50 million. The plan has identified 20 projects, and those 20 projects are, as Jonathan mentioned, corridor studies, and then also individual projects. And those total about $97 million, again, to improve the capacity of all modes of transportation.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful that there's so many of our residents and stakeholders in our audience tonight to hear this, because I think that those numbers are staggering, and it is tonight's vote and what you've presented to us is truly transformational for our city in West Palm Beach. And I'm grateful that you all have highlighted that this is a mobility fee that focuses on more than just roads, but improves transit, sidewalks, streetscapes, all of these efforts that the city has been working on that I know many of our residents that we hear from every day to help make West Palm Beach more enjoyable. So thank you so much for your efforts on this. I'm sure we have additional questions. Commissioner Fox?
Thank you so much. I'm so excited about this. I think listening to you talk about the impact fee, you know, anyone who drove here tonight knows that just adding more roads is not going to get the job done. We need additional mobility options, I think, for the city to be able to be in the driver's seat, literally, to be making sure that some of these things that we have planned in our mobility plan can come to fruition. So I wanted to ask if you can give a few more real-world examples. I know that just talking about the developments downtown that will be coming, and that any mobility project has to be connected to those projects in some way. Like, can you give us an example of what we're talking about? Are we talking about, you know, more trolleys? Are we talking about bike lanes? Are we talking about, you know, better connectivity for pedestrians? Or if you could just give us a little bit more of real-world examples so we understand what we're looking forward to. Thanks.
Yes, so it is all those things. One of the things that we often hear from people is people are curious about what can we do about traffic signals in order to move drivers along more efficiently. This includes funding those types of improvements. It does include upgrading existing bike lanes to protected bike lanes. So often, people are happy that we have started by building bike lanes, but we would use them if we felt safer. So it would fund things like protected bike lanes. And if I didn't mention the Fern Street crossing, assuming that Kevin is in the room, he would be upset, but that's a new connection that we desperately needed for a long time. So it would fund that Fern Street connection. It will fund the construction of sidewalk gaps that have been identified all throughout downtown. It will fund bicycle connections that don't exist, where we can see where they should be, but we haven't been able to build them yet. I have a list of 20 I could go through in great detail, but I don't want to bore you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward?
When you were talking about the timeline, so we're going to go negotiate with the county, and then you're saying 90 days for the downtown, or 90 days for the entire plan?
So 90 days from today, we will be able to begin collecting mobility fees, assuming that we move along the schedule that we have anticipated. And so that's when we'll be able to begin collecting mobility fees that are assessed in the downtown. Now, Jonathan did mention we are working on developing a plan that is citywide. That is on a different timeline than just the downtown. But the downtown is a priority because downtown is where everything is happening. And we need the time to develop the plan for citywide. And we are looking to wrap that up by the end of the year.
Follow up? What happens if you don't reach positive negotiations with the county?
I am going to defer that.
Good evening, Armando Fon, Assistant City Administrator. So, we're having good faith negotiations with the county. We expect to be able to come to an agreement. But if we don't, actually, there is a penalty that applies beginning October 1st, where it depends how you look at it. It's either a penalty or discount. But if you're on the developer side, is it 15%? 10%, a 10% discount from the fee if there is no interlocal in place.
That goes to the county, to us?
Yes, well, we both, because the point of the interlocal is that any projects the county may have that are within the jurisdiction of the city, for example, something that may happen on Australian, would then, that whole fee would be discounted. So whatever gets distributed between the city and the county would be discounted.
Okay, thank you.
And has Palm Beach Gardens come to an interlocal agreement with the county already?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing that there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance number 5130-25 and schedule second reading for May 27th, 2025 commission meeting.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, do you mind reading the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 5130-25, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, asserting the need for adoption of mobility fees, acknowledging repeal of transportation concurrency, adopting the City of West Palm Beach downtown mobility fee technical report, amending the City of West Palm Beach Code of Ordinances at Chapter 86, Traffic and Parking, to create Article 7, Mobility Fee, Sections 86-500 through 86-517, establishing intent and purpose, providing for definitions, imposition, and exemption of mobility fees, establishing a mobility fee schedule, providing for mobility fee determination, agreements, and credits, establishing a downtown mobility fee benefit district and mobility fee account, providing for expenditures, refund, land development regulation impact, administration, reports, updates, appeals, vested rights, penalties, codification, conflicts, severability, and for an effective date and for other purposes.
Thank you. There's been a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. I have been notified by our city administrator that item 10.4 has been pulled by the applicant. And so, Madam Attorney or City Administrator, do I need to read anything related to the item since it's been pulled?
My understanding is that the applicant has withdrawn the request, so there's nothing for you to act on and no further motions needed by the commission.
Okay, great. So we will not be considering item 10.4. I know that there were a number of comment cards here, so I'm going to give these back to the clerk. If for any reason you want to stay and make a general comment, you may, but the applicant has withdrawn their request. Thank you so much. And now we are moving on to our public hearing and quasi-judicial section of the agenda. And I will ask the commissioners to disclose any ex parte communications. Commissioner Fox, are you ready to start? Oh, okay, we'll start with Commissioner Peduzzi.
Thank you. As to item 11.1, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit, nor have I received any expert opinions. As to item 11.2, I have had ex parte communications with the representative of the applicant. I have received written communications from members of the public. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit, nor have I received any expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made a part of the record.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox?
As to item 11.1, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. As to item 11.2, I have had ex parte communications with representatives of the applicant. I have received written communications from residents. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren?
As to item 11.1, I have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation. I have made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. As to item 11.2, I have had ex parte communications with representatives of the applicant. I have received numerous written communications in the form of emails. I have not conducted an investigation. I have made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren?
Thank you. As to item 11.1, I have not had ex parte communications, not received written communications, not conducted an investigation, not made a site visit, and not received expert opinions. As to item 10.2, I have had ex parte communications with representatives of the applicant. I have received written communications from the community. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Thank you. And as to item 11.1, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. As to item 11.2, I have had ex parte communications with representatives of the applicant, as well as many residents and community groups. I have received written communication in the form of emails, as well as some items that were handed to us today. And I have not conducted an investigation. However, I have made a site visit, and I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record. Okay.
Madam
And
President?
do we need to swear in anyone who'll be speaking?
Yes,
And so this will be residents as well as those speaking on behalf of either one of these items. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is anybody who would like to speak on either of these two items, as these are quasi-judicial. So that means anyone who's submitted a card who will be speaking as well?
Correct. I have all the cards.
Okay, so we just ask that you stand up, and the clerk is going to swear you in. And so that's anybody who will be speaking on either of these two items today. So if you filled out a card, please stand and listen and respond appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Before we start on this, on our first item here, the city administrator just wanted me to make sure it was clear that the item that we previously had on the agenda related to Essex has been withdrawn by the applicant. So if you are here related to Essex Court, I believe it is Essex, we're not reviewing that item today. So just making sure that you know, so that if you want to stay, you are welcome to. We have your comment cards if you'd like to switch them to a general comment, or not at all, because the applicant has withdrawn their request. So I just want to make sure that that was clear. Okay. So we're moving on to item 11.1, public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 5127-25 regarding a rezoning to change the zoning designation of approximately plus or minus 41.3 acres located at 4200 North Australian Avenue from Community Service CS to Community Service Plan Development CSPD. And resolution number 94-25 regarding the development regulations and conditions for the county's Community Services Department Planned Community Service Development, CSPD. The above reference requests are being made by Alfonso Hernando Architect on behalf of Palm Beach County and its Facilities Department and Operations Department, FD&O. Thank you.
Alexis Anglier, planner for the record. There was some minor changes in the writing of the resolution and ordinance since first reading. Most of it is just clerical. The major one was just the removal of the site plans just due to public facility protection of the Florida state statute, so just to comply with that. The other ones were just modifying the dates to the correct dates and then just updating the name in the resolution ordinance to the County 45th Street Complex Community Service Plan Development. No other changes have been made since first reading. Is there anything that you guys want me to go over or elaborate more from?
Commissioners, any questions? Yep, Commissioner Ward?
I just want to reiterate that I still think that either us or the county needs to just do a little bit of outreach to the neighborhoods. We're adding a light and going over there. I don't want us to depend upon the county. I know Mr. Fana said that he would try to spearhead, but I just wanted to reiterate that.
Eric from the county is here, Commissioner Ward. I don't know if you would like him to touch on that.
We can cover it at another time. I just wanted to reiterate on the record that I hope that I hear back from my residents that they've had community engagement. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move approval of ordinance number 512725 at second reading for a rezoning to change the zoning designation of approximately 41.3 acres located at 4200 North Australian Avenue from Community Service CS to Community Service Plan Development CSPD. This motion is based upon the application submitted, the staff report, factual testimony, the recommendation of the planning board, and the finding that the request complies with the comprehensive plan and the standards of section 9432 of the city's zoning and land development regulations.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, could you read the ordinance?
Ordinance number 5127-25, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending the zoning map of the City of West Palm Beach by rezoning plus or minus 41.3 acres located at 4200 North Australian Avenue from Community Service to Community Service Plan Development to create Palm Beach County Community Service Plan Development, providing for the establishment of development regulations by separate resolution, declaring the zoning map amendment to be consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, revising the zoning map of the city accordingly, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
Thank you. There's been a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
I move approval of resolution number 4094-25 to establish the development regulations, including the site and landscape plans and building elevations for Phase 1 of the Palm Beach County Community Service Plan Development, CSPD, located at 4200 North Australian Avenue. This motion is based upon the factual testimony presented, the application submitted, the staff report, the recommendation of the planning board, and the findings that the amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan and complies with the standards found in section 94-32, section 94-35, and section 94-203 of the city's zoning and land development regulations.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item 11.2, public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 5128-25 regarding a rezoning to change the zoning designation of approximately 1.42 acres located at 3705 South Flaggler Drive from multifamily high-density residential MF32 to residential plan development RPD, and discussion of resolution number 96-25 regarding the development regulations and conditions for the Flaggler House residential plan development and granting waivers of the zoning and land development regulations. The above referenced requests are being made by Lency Jean-Louis of Urban Design Studio on behalf of PK Flaggler House LLC to create the Flaggler House residential plan development. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the Commission. My name is Harvey Oyer, and I am privileged and delighted to be here on behalf of the proposed developers of 3705 South Flaggler Drive. Let me tell you who those two developers are. It is a joint venture between Coulter, who is very familiar to our community. They were the developers of One City Plaza, Two City Plaza, the Hyatt Place Hotel, the Alexander, a number of well-known and successful projects, all four of those in the downtown. And Perco Development. Perco has not had any development in our city, but they've had quite a bit in our county. They are a very high-end, uber luxury condo developer. Both of these developers have a long, successful track record in Palm Beach County of delivering very high quality. So I am privileged to be here on their behalf this evening. We also have a great professional team led by our architectural team. We have the entire professional team, civil, traffic, landscape, and our architect here to answer your questions should you have any. The request before you tonight is very simple. It is a rezoning from MF32 to RPD, so it is not an upzoning in any way. It is a lateral rezone of what is already zoned MF32. It also includes a level 2 site plan review. It does include 7 waivers and a just under 1,000 square foot pet grooming commercial facility included in the project. So to your right on the screen is the proposed project. To the left is an existing neighboring building. The concept here is to take an old 60-something-year-old existing condominium that does not meet Florida Building Code, does not meet ADA, does not meet FEMA standards, and convert that into something that does meet all of those legal standards and hopefully adds a lot of value to our city. A lot of design benefits. I will go through these in more detail. I won't read them to you now, but suffice it to say there is more open space than the code requires, fewer density units than the code allows, and a lot of community benefits to the surrounding neighborhood and the city as a whole. So the site is located, let me orient you. Southern Boulevard is at the bottom of your screen. Flaggler Drive is, if you're following my little arrow, on the east side of the property. Washington Road is on the west side of the property. And this project site is 5 projects north of Southern Boulevard. So you have 7 multifamily projects in a row existing from Southern Boulevard all the way up to the one entitled The Crystal. All of these, ladies and gentlemen, are zoned MF32, and I believe have been since the inception of your zoning code. And we are the 5th one from Southern Boulevard. This is an aerial of the site. It's an L-shaped building that effectively runs from Flaggler Drive to Washington, surface parked. These are ground level elevations of the existing building, 3 stories. The history of it, it was constructed in 1962, originally as an apartment building, and in 1984 it converted to condominium. As I stated, it is 39 density units, and we propose to replace it with 39 density units. So let's talk about the current FLU designation. The current comp plan FLU designation is MF, and you can see our site is outlined in the red hash. And the brown area indicates multifamily land use. And you'll notice that the entire neighborhood to the west of the project is also multifamily use. The single families do not, Jermaine, I don't know if you can help me with while your computer is doing that.
It has a mind of its own. Okay. Thank you. Let's put this to the side. This is right there.
Thank you. So as you can see above the brown area, which is the MF land use, is the single family. So everything from Southern Boulevard, which is commercial in red, all the way up to almost Monroe Street is land use as multifamily. Similarly, the zoning is multifamily. East of Washington Road, it is MF32, and west of Washington Road, all the way back to Olive, and in many parts all the way back to Dixie, is MF20. So what this means, ladies and gentlemen, is that this area is already zoned appropriately for the proposed use, and it is already comp planned appropriately for the proposed use. Stated differently, there is no upzoning request here. It is a lateral rezone. So the lateral rezone would take the MF32 to an RPD. Why do an RPD? Well, the same reason that I think every project that the City Commission has seen in MF32 in the last 2 decades has been an RPD, and that is because your MF32 code has requirements and restrictions that do not result in a building the way we would want to see a building built today. For example, a bumper-to-bumper, property line to property line, similar to the building that we're proposing to remove. So the MF32 designation does not allow the creativity, the clustering of density, the putting it in taller, thinner buildings, creating more open space. That is not as possible under your MF32 zoning, which is why you see for, probably the last 2 decades, all of these MF32 projects come before the city as an RPD. So what is the density? Well, as I stated, it's 39 today, proposed to be 39 in the future. We actually could build 46 units. We're actively and affirmatively choosing to underdevelop the site and leave 7 of those density units left unbuilt. On the bottom of your screen, you will see a comparison of density of other projects recently approved on South Flaggler Drive that are multifamily high-rises, and you will see only one of those has used their maximum density. It's not uncommon to have them underutilize their density as we are doing here. So let's talk about some of the community outreach, because I just heard Commissioner Ward state in the last item how important community outreach is, and we agree and we know and understand that. So around about last October, we started community outreach in all of our multifamily neighbors and the neighbors to the west, and then expanding in concentric circles further out north and south to get feedback. At first, we were only introducing ourselves as the contract purchaser, socializing with them our idea, and asking them what we could do at this project to better serve the community. And we received a variety of feedback, some of which I want to discuss now and some of which we'll discuss later in the presentation. But one of the primary issues we heard is that if you live to the west, meaning this area, the only way to legally get to Flaggler Drive to go for a walk, a jog, take your dog, is to go north to Monroe or south to Southern, which is a pretty circuitous route to get to Flaggler Drive. So, of course, most people trespass through one of these parking lots. So primary feedback we heard was, could you please give us a legal access way through your project? And that is what we propose to do on the southern boundary of the project, is a public access pathway paid for by the developer, beautiful paver brick, flat, safe, well-lit, landscaped on both sides, 24-hour security, both human and electronic, with bags for your dog. So if you forget them, they're on the path on the way to Flaggler Drive if you're a dog walker. We also heard from some of those same people that there is no place for their pet, a dog, to get water when they are on Flaggler Drive, and we were asked if we would put in a dog watering station on the Flaggler Drive frontage, which we were able to accommodate. And then we were asked, could it also be a human watering station? So we did that as well. We also heard that a crosswalk would be helpful for those who do not cross Flaggler Drive quickly. So we proposed to do that as well. It would be paver brick only, maybe with the lights embedded in the road that would flash when someone presses the button, whatever we were able to work out with your engineering staff. We also heard very loudly, no service vehicles parked or stopping on Washington Road. We were asked to internalize all of the back of house operations, screen them from view with a very generous landscape buffer, which is what we've done. We created this internal loop road that allows all garbage, recycling, drop-offs, pickups, deliveries, Amazon trucks, people moving in and out, vehicles for repairmen, et cetera, to all be internalized and never stop or back up on Washington Road. So this is a flavor for some of the feedback that informed our design. And we went through a number of designs because we heard a lot of conflicting feedback. Let me share some of that with you, and you're going to hear that tonight. Some people said, don't change anything. We like it just the way it is. We heard, don't let it exceed a certain height. We heard make it as tall as you possibly can, make it as valuable as you possibly can, because I live a door, 2 doors, 3 doors away, and we are either selling or negotiating to sell our 50 or 60-year-old vintage building, and we know that the more successful that you are, the more my purchase price will be. So that's a pretty wide range of opinions, from don't do anything to why are you not asking for more height? And I think you're going to hear a lot of that from the public tonight. It's a pretty wide variety of opinion on how this site should be redeveloped. Let's quickly talk about access. This is a common question we had in the neighborhood, so I'll cover it with you. Where do the 39 residents go in and out? There is an ingress point on the north side of the project on Flaggler, an egress point on the south side on Flaggler. This is for residents and guests. I already told you where all the service and loading is. It is on Washington, so we have dispersed the vehicular traffic as much as we can. What happens when you enter the site from Flaggler? Well, if you are a resident, you follow this yellow arrow and you go into one of 2 parking decks. One parking deck, the first one, level 1, is entirely below grade and buried. The second one, which we call level 2, is actually the first above grade. When you retrieve your car and want to leave as a resident, you exit out the south side of the parking garage and back onto Flaggler. Now, if you are a guest, you follow the green arrows and you come to a large porte cochere where there is a valet. And this is significant because I think all the other RPDs that you've reviewed and approved put the arrival experience on Flaggler Drive. We wanted to do something different. We wanted that be completely activated with non-vehicular use. So all of our active use along Flaggler Drive is human beings doing something. They're at the pool, they're at the gym. It is not cars coming in and out. So we internalize that activity to get that away from the street-facing side of it. And then the purple arrows are the various pedestrian accesses through the property. This is the subgrade parking. Incidentally, every single parking space will be wired for an EV vehicle. So should you purchase an EV vehicle, you have the wiring located at your parking space already on both decks. Level 2 is more parking podium, but it's the first level above grade. We also have a small commercial use, as you know, a very common amenity. You see it in the Bristol, you see it in Palm Beach Towers, in other luxury projects, because those unit owners tend to have animals that they take very good care of, get them groomed several times a week. We put that on site. It is open to the public, it's open to our neighbors. We will not advertise it. We are agreeing as one of our conditions to never convert it to another commercial use. So this will not become a restaurant or something that generates traffic. So we have agreed to leave it as pet grooming only in perpetuity. And now we are up to level 3. Level 3 is 22 or so feet, maybe 24 feet above grade. This is where the tower element begins. And the tower element, as we're going to discuss more in a moment, is set back pretty dramatically from both of our roads, Flaggler Drive and Washington Road, which your code treats both of those as front setbacks. So in your code, the front setback needs to be 25 feet greater than the side setbacks. So 25 feet would be right about here if you're following my arrow. And that is where we're permitted to build. And I think intuitively, most developers would want to get as close to the intercoastal waterway as possible, so they would put the front of their building right at that 25-foot mark. We've more than quadrupled it here. This tower begins at 109 feet off of Flaggler, and even more off of Washington. It varies, of course, because of the curvature of Washington Road, from about 90 feet to about 120 or 130 feet. So this is about 4.8 times the code requirement. Why did we do that? Well, we wanted to, instead of stealing the waterfront view from our neighbors, we wanted to try to leave some view shed in there. In some cases, opening up view shed that doesn't even exist today. But more than anything, allow this property to breathe, allow the neighborhood to breathe. We tried a number of different designs. We've had probably half a dozen different iterations. This happens to be the tallest and thinnest of them. There were some neighbors who said make it even taller and thinner, but the floor plate wouldn't work as much as we wanted higher units because the higher units sell for more per square foot. It didn't make sense. You need to have elevator cores and mechanical runs. You need to have ADA compliant hallways. You need to have a kitchen and a bedroom and a bathroom that will sell to a luxury purchaser. So this is as small as we could make the floor plate, and we squeezed it into the middle of the site, leaving very generous northeast views for the neighbor to the south and northwest views back to the skyline of West Palm Beach, and the same thing for our neighbor Flaggler Yacht Club to the north. And I know that this is a contentious issue, height, but understand that if we were to push that down, it widens it and it blocks more views. So if you take our proposed 18-story building and make it a 14-story building, you block more views than you save. And if you continue to compress that down, you create a more dramatic problem, which, by the way, I'm going to illustrate in a moment, which is your MF 32 code. And this is it. Our by right, meaning we don't come to planning board, we don't come to the city commission, we turn in a building permit in your building department, and when it's issued, we begin to build. That would be a 100-foot building, which would respect the 50-foot side setback on both sides, because as you know, in MF 32, your height is determined. You get 2 feet of building height for every 1 foot of side setback. So with a 200 or 150-foot wide lot, we'd have 2 50-foot side setbacks, and it would allow us a 100-foot building. So that's a 10-story building, and it would run from 25 feet off of Flaggler to 25 feet off of Washington. And it would completely obliterate the views of our 2 neighbors, unless you're lucky enough to live on the 11th or 12th floor of Portofino South, in which case you would look down on our mechanical equipment. So effectively, there would be no view for anyone. So not a good design by design principles, not valuable for the developer, not valuable for the neighborhood. So we don't prefer to do that, though it's always a possibility. So to better illustrate what these view blockages are, we took the furthest most western units in our 2 neighboring buildings, and we superimposed what we can build by right. Again, just a building permit application, no other approvals required. And then, by contrast, the building footprint that we were proposing, and you can see there are much wider view corridors for both of our neighbors, even from the westernmost unit. So we're not measuring this from the easternmost unit to show you how big water views are. We're taking the worst case scenario, which is the westernmost unit, and showing you what the view corridors would be. Now, let's go to the most telling graphic, which is this one, where we superimpose or layer all of those concepts on top of one another. And what the green represents, ladies and gentlemen, is the additional view shed created by this design versus what your code would otherwise require us to do. And as you can see, that's a pretty dramatic improvement for the neighbors. Same findings that you and your planning board made on Bristol, La Clara, Forte, South Flaggler House, Family Church, all of the other peer group, including the ones up on North Flaggler in District 1. Similar conclusions were reached in all of those cases because it allows the property to open up and breathe, and then you can landscape and even over-landscape the remainder of the property. Let's shift real quick to architecture. And the architect is here to answer any questions you have about the design, but walking you through the floor plan, I already mentioned that below grade is parking, above grade is parking and some storage. On the level 2 floor plan, we have a bike storage room, a trash room, fitness center, loading an additional 23 spaces. The level 3 floor plan is our amenity deck. So this is your arrival plaza. This is a yoga lawn, a couple of guest suites for when unit owners have family or friends in town. It's the pool and the other amenities. Now moving up into where the units are, they begin on level 4, which is the beginning of the tower. And we have a mix of 2 and 3 bedroom units. You can see there's 1 2-bedroom unit in the middle and 2 3-bedroom units on the sides. I put in the square footage. That's a common question that you often have. How big are we talking? These are quite large. These are effectively single-family homes in the sky, not apartments or small units. Levels 5 through 13 have an identical floor plan. They are a mix of 2 and 3 bedrooms. You can see that the 2-bedroom is Unit B, and Units A and C are the 3 bedrooms. And then we get up to levels 14 to 17, where we go into 4-bedroom units, and it's equally split between the 2 units. And finally, there's a level 18 penthouse level, which is an entire floor of about 10,000 square feet. Now, what was the design inspiration that the architect used? I put in a few of those images. He would be happy to address it more particularly if you're interested, but this gives you a feel for the texture, the material, the color that is the plan. Beautiful pool deck use, heavy on the landscaping, very classical but modern interiors. Again, rooftop active use. Now let's look at some of the elevations. On the left side of your screen is standing out in the Intercoastal Waterway looking to the northwest. You can see Portofino South, an existing building to the left, proposed building here. Portofino South is, I think, around 150 feet. This is 198, call it 200 feet, so 50 feet more. By the way, 8 or 10 of those feet is a FEMA requirement to lift the elevation. So no matter what size building one would build here, you're already a full story more in height just to meet the FEMA requirement. On the right side of your screen is a zoom in on that public plaza on the Flaggler Drive side. So that's where the watering stations for people and animals would be. You can see behind it the glass is the fitness facility, and above it is the pool deck. So all human activity facing the street edge rather than parking. This is different imagery of that pool deck. From the left, it's looking southeast to northwest, and then reversing that so you're looking northeast to southwest. This gives you an idea of some of the materiality of the construction. And then this is from the Washington Road side, and I think this image on the left best illustrates where we've ghosted in the footprint of the building, how wide this opens up, whereas the current building comes right up to Washington Road and right up to Flaggler Drive. You'll also notice that there's asphalt surface parking in 6 of these 7 projects. We've made that go away. It's all been internalized, replaced with landscaping. And this image on the right shows an evening photograph from Washington Road, which is what our neighbors in Central Park will be looking at. We obviously don't have a neighbor to the east. We have a very wide part of the lake to our east. So this was an important elevation for us to landscape and make sure that no one's looking at the back of the house. This is 4-sided architecture. No matter where you view the property from, you think you're looking at the front of the property. Let's talk about the landscaping. This is the planting diagram, both ground level and 3rd floor. I won't dwell on these unless you'd like me to. You have what the required landscape buffers are and what's being provided. All of them meet or exceed the code. This landscape data is interesting because it illustrates by any measure, any metric at all, we exceed the landscape requirement of the code. So whether you're looking at the softscape area required 45%, providing 49%. Native species, the code requires 50%, we're providing 91%. Facade coverage, code requires 40%, we're providing 62%. Number of trees required, 39, we're providing 43. Required, 73, we're providing 77. You get the point. I mean, even as dramatic as at least 1 shade tree per 1,500 square feet, the code requires 17. We're providing 75. And now the shrubs, 1 shrub per 500 square feet, the code would require 52. We're providing almost 3,000. 49% of this project is landscaped open space. In addition, your code requires mitigation. Our mitigation square footage required is 7,300 square feet. We're providing over 10,500 square feet. So let's go into the waivers. There are 7 of these, 6 of which I would characterize as really nickel and dime, routine items, one of which I think a lot of the people in the room want to speak to, are the side setback waivers, which is waiver number 2, which is code for height waiver. In your code, it's a side setback waiver, but it equates to height. So I won't go through the summary table, but there are 7 waivers. The first one, I think, is a pretty easy one for you. This is the acreage minimum for an RPD. Your code requires 10 acres. And as you know, I can't think of a project in my lifetime that actually met that. Every project in the city that you've approved has required a waiver for the RPD minimum. So unless you want to come back to that, I think that one's pretty obvious. Let's spend some time on waiver number 2, because I think this is the big bugaboo in the neighborhood. And this is the side setback requirement. As I stated, the code requires that you provide 1 foot of side setback for every 2 feet of building height, which would result in that red building that I think our neighbors probably agree with us on this. That's not a desired outcome for any of us. So we have trade-offs to make. The trade-off that we think is in everyone's best interest is a very generous Flaggler Drive setback. Otherwise, moving this forward blocks more people's view of the water, which is the most valuable view for us and our neighbors. So we're giving up that to benefit our neighbors, and we are quadrupling what the code would require us to do. As I stated, same thing on Washington. The mean or midpoint is 120 feet, but it's around 90 here, and I think even more than 150 here, which means that because of the narrow lot, which we did not create, of course, we inherited the narrow lot, we are proposing 15-foot setbacks to the podium and 27-foot setbacks to the tower. That is our request. Now let's talk about it further. This illustrates what the current condition is. So we're actually improving this condition a bit, though it's a different size building, of course. So that's the current condition. I thought it would be instructive to show the peer group of other RPDs approved in the last decade on South Flaggler Drive, so you can get a feel for what this commission and prior commissions have granted in terms of percentage of setback. And you can see they've been on the order of 75%, 85%, 93%, 91%, 86, 75, 85, 93, 87, 85, 65, 75, and 83. Our proposed range from 85% to 71%. So the setback to the podium, which again is only 24 feet off the ground. So not really, I think, the important metric, but that would be an 85% waiver, which is what your staff and code require us to apply for, even though that's not our real issue. I think the real issue is the tower on top of it. The setback to the tower is a 71% waiver request, which is at or below the average of all the others that have been granted. So that's sort of a comparison on percentages, but let's do a comparison on actual height to that peer group of RPDs approved on South Flaggler Drive within the last decade or so. As you can see, all of the others in the peer group far outsize the proposed project in number of feet. We're down here at 193 feet of habitable, 204 with the overruns. The others are, approaching 400 feet. So dramatically lower than some of the peer group. That is height. I'm sure we're going to come back to it. Let me race through the other waivers because I think these are fairly innocuous and inconsequential. Waiver number 3 is number of access points. We presently have 2 on Flaggler Drive. We presently have 2 on Washington Road. We're proposing to keep the same thing. However, your code only allows 1 access point on each road. We are proposing to keep what we have. Here's the current condition today. We're requesting to keep the same thing. You can see nearly every other project in this MF32 zoning district also has 2 access points on both roads. Waiver 4 is triggered by waiver 3. If you have more than one access point, you then probably do not meet the separation of access points, which is another code requirement that dictates how far apart access points have to be. Now, sometimes you violate this even if you only have one access point, because these are such narrow lots. Your neighbors on both sides, their access point is so close to your proposed access point that you need this waiver anyway. But in any event, every one of the projects that you've approved in the last decade or so as an RPD has required the separation of access point waiver because they are too close together. And waiver 5 is also precipitated by waiver number 3, and that is once you put in more than one access point, you don't fit with the code requirement for what's called a landscape interruption, landscape buffer interruption. You have to have a landscape buffer along the roadway. If you put in more than one access point, you can no longer meet the requirement of no more than 20% of it not being landscape. So waivers 3, 4, and 5 are usually clumped together in all of these projects, as you well know, because they are triggered by having more than one access point. Waivers number 6 and 7 are also lumped together, and this is triggered by something entirely outside of our control, and that is the pretty dramatic elevation change from Washington Road to our site. In fact, in the 25 feet from Washington Road to the edge of our podium building, the elevation rises over about 6.5 feet. So that's a pretty precipitous rise, and the Florida Building Code in Waiver 6 requires us to put a stairwell, which is an emergency pedestrian access from the building, and all of those steps have to be a certain width and a certain riser height according to the code, and the only way to meet the code on riser height and step width is to encroach 4.5 feet into the 20-foot setback on the Washington Road side. So the waiver request is to allow a 4.5-foot encroachment into that west setback. But again, this is only from the podium, and it's heavily landscaped. The public does not see it, and it is required by code, not self-created by the applicant. We did not create the elevation change. God created the elevation change. Waiver number 7 is very similar. There are maximum wall heights, but we have to have retaining walls to protect our subterranean parking, protect our neighbors from us, and us from our neighbors. And when you have a change in topography like that, that means your walls become taller than what the code requires. The code contemplates everyone owning a flat piece of land, which is generally true in South Florida. This just happens to be one of those rare instances where it is not flat. There's very precipitous rise in the elevation, which makes our wall height technically higher, even though it's following the contours of that rise. So those are our 7 waivers. I'm happy to come back to any of them, but let me finish the presentation. This shows you what that looks like on the ground. Public benefits. So in using an RPD, one of the reasons this commission has historically wanted an RPD is not only getting better design, but it gives us an opportunity to do things that benefit the public, which was the purpose of that significant public outreach going back 7 or 8 months ago. And let's talk about what some of that is. Most of these, I think all of these I've covered, with the public access pathway, the watering station, the proposed crosswalk, the pet grooming. This is a blow-up of the watering station on Flaggler Drive, so you can get a feel for what that would look like in the public plaza on the private property. There are some others that I have not mentioned. We're committed to a national green building standard of gold. We also heard from the neighbors pretty strongly, we do not want construction workers or construction vehicles in our neighborhood. What can you do to assure us that will not happen? So we did something that never actually done before. Normally you do a construction management agreement long after you have your zoning approvals, long after you have your building permits and you've hired a contractor. But in this case, uniquely, one of the 2 joint venture partners, Coulter, owns the construction company that's going to build this, Cast Construction, which I know you're all familiar with. So we have the ability to bind Cast Construction now to a construction management agreement. And that construction management agreement requires all deliveries, whether it's workers, human beings, or building materials, to never go through the neighborhoods. They must come by Southern Boulevard, up Flaggler Drive, deposit the workers, deposit the building materials, and retrace their steps back down Flaggler Drive and back Southern Boulevard. So nothing will come through these neighborhoods. We also will not allow the construction workers to drive to the site. We will lease off-site parking arrangements, and we will bus in all of the workers every day of this construction project, so no one is parking in the neighborhood. We will coordinate it with the neighbors. We've already coordinated this construction management agreement with our immediate neighbors to the west, the Central Park neighbors, as they are the ones most affected by it. But we will have a website that they can go to every day, every week, however frequently they desire, and it will tell them what's going to occur that week, that there will be concrete delivered, there will be drywall delivered, here's when it's expected to be delivered, so they are never taken by surprise as to what is occurring at that time. They will all have the cell number of the project manager, so if anyone is cheating, breaking the rules, something's wrong, they all know how to get a hold of the person in charge of the project site. There will be more than adequate construction fencing around it to not only block the visual, but block the dust. We've agreed to overwater the site. As you know, when it's dry, dust flies up, it lands on people's houses, on their cars. So we're going to water it more frequently than you'd normally water it to keep that dust down. And should any of that dust reach our neighbors' houses and cars, we're going to clean it for them. In addition to the construction management agreement, in particular, the folks that live on Lakeland Drive had two additional requests. One is speed bumps, because they have a lot of cut-through traffic, and they wanted to slow that traffic down. They did not know what the process is with the city to achieve speed bumps, asked if we would help. We found the right forms and the right person on your city staff, and we introduced them. I don't know if it will go forward. I know there's city engineering approvals that go with that, but if it does go forward, we've agreed to pay for the speed bumps. The folks on the same street also asked for permit parking. Apparently, there's a lot of non-residential parking on their street, most likely coming from these buildings that may have inadequate parking if there's a large event, a party, a dinner party. And some of them are getting their driveways blocked, and they asked if we would help steer them to the city's permit parking program, which we did. We provided them with the forms and the point of contact. I don't know if the city's going to approve that. I don't even know if the street is going to want it. It has its downsides as well. You have your dinner party at your house and all your guests get towed, or get a ticket. So that's their decision to make. But we did agree to initiate the process, and should they elect to go forward and the city allow it, we will pay for the signage for them. We also reached out to the Southland Park Neighborhood Association and asked how we might be a better neighbor to them. They, I don't think officially, but on a Zoom call with several of their board members, said we would like to have new playground equipment in George Petty Park. There's playground equipment for very young kids, but not older kids. I know that. I used to take my daughter there, and she quickly outgrew the playground equipment as well. So we have offered that neighborhood association up to $100,000 to purchase playground equipment of their choosing in George Petty Park, which serves the entire city, but especially the young families that live in Prospect and Southland Park can walk down the street. We also found something that neighbors didn't ask for, but it's near and dear to the developers. As you could see, I amply demonstrated they love the environment. They want to build a gold LEED standard building, even though that's not required by the code. And they wanted to over-landscape it, even though that's not required by the code. They are big investors in the environment, and one of the greatest environmental assets of our community sits, our project is right here. And everyone here looks out their window and sees the Audubon Sanctuary Islands. And those were donated by the Bingham family in Palm Beach to the Audubon Society many years ago, but the Audubon Society has to maintain them. And any of you that have kayaked or canoed in there, you know that the mangrove legs get filled with trash. It needs to be cleaned out. They periodically need to remove exotics. They plant more oyster beds in there to filter everyone's water in the lake. They plant new mangroves. Well, that costs money, and Florida Audubon struggles to raise that money each year, so we have offered $10,000 a year for 5 consecutive years to help defray the cost. That's a benefit to everyone who lives in West Palm Beach or Palm Beach. And finally, the other big issue that we heard in the neighborhood is the king tide flooding on South Flaggler. That won't surprise any of you. That's been occurring for years, and your engineering department has been hard at work trying to resolve that. So this is color-coded. These are the stormwater drainage pipes that spill into the lake. So after a rainfall event, the water is meant to be funneled to these pipes. They go out the pipes and into the intercoastal. All that's good until we have a king tide where the rising water level in the lake is higher than the pipes. So they go back through the pipes and come up through the stormwater vents and flood Flaggler Drive and some of the private property. So in blue are the outfall valves that have already been installed with flood vents, which are check valves so that when the flap goes down, water can't come back in. But there are 3 green ones that have not yet been funded and built, and we're offering a $100,000 contribution to the city to pay for those. You will notice that none of those are near our property. They're down here affecting other properties, but what's good for our property is good for all of the properties, because if one of them is flooding, it's going to spill from Monroe Street or actually Greenwood all the way south. So in an effort to speed up what the city already had underway but didn't have the budget for, we are offering to solve that for the neighborhood. I've already gone through some of the environmental benefits. I've gone over the design setback features that we think are beneficial. Now let's talk about economic benefits to the city. Believe it or not, that 39 units today generates $46,000 of tax increment to you, the city, every year. The same 39 units, after build out and sell out, would generate $2.7 million per year ad valorem taxes just to the city. That's a pretty extraordinary lift in revenue, and because it's not within the CRA area, you have no handcuffs or restrictions how you spend that money. So it can be spent on any number of priorities: parks, underground infrastructure that needs to be replaced, water plant upgrades, more police, more fire for everyone in the city. So very beneficial. It does the same thing for the county, which you can see on the right-hand side of the screen. Our community outreach, we held 5 public meetings. We sent notices to the mailboxes of everyone who lives within 1,000 feet of our property. We hosted 5 different events. We had at least 120 residents, I think a few more. Here are photographs of some of those events. We cast a very wide net. We're very proud of our project, and we wanted to share it with as many people as possible. I've already stated that. We have quite a bit of support in the community, which we are grateful for. We have the unanimous endorsement of the Chamber of Commerce. We have our school concurrency letter approved by the school district. We have our TPS traffic concurrency letter approved by the county. We have our FAA approval from the FAA. We believe, and your staff agrees, that we meet all of the rezoning standards found in section 94-32A of your code, that we meet all of the site plan review standards found in section 94-35C of your code, and that we meet all of the waiver standards found in section 94-273A2 of your code. I'm delighted to come back and go through these individually if you would like, but I don't think there's any dispute. Your staff agrees, planning board unanimously agreed at their March meeting. And with that, we stand ready for questions. I'm happy to go back and dig in on any of these issues. Should you have particular issues on drainage and flooding and civil engineering or landscape architecture, building design, we have the right professional here to answer your question. Thank you, Madam President and Commissioners, for the opportunity to present this exciting project.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Before we have questions of the applicant, I don't know, is there a staff presentation as well? Let's go ahead and hear that, if that's okay, just so that we can take all questions at once.
All right, good day, Commissioners, everyone. Jeremy Soibi, Planning and Zoning Senior Planner for the record. I would like to enter into the record this list of 180 letters of support and 11 objections.
Madam President, I failed to introduce into the record 113 letters of support that I have in a binder. I'm going to hand that to the clerk and ask that that be entered into the public record as well.
Okay, and that's in addition to what staff has?
I don't know if they're duplicative or not, so to err on the side of caution, I'm going to turn them in anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the applicant's presentation was pretty thorough. However, I'd like to include additional details regarding height analysis, as this was something that came up. So what you're looking at is a view from the Southern Boulevard, which shows development along South Flaggler. And the property shown in green is where the proposed project will be. So Portofino condo to the south, right here is 12 stories, 135 feet in height, not including the communication tower. So this has set a precedence for high-rise development within the immediate area. And there's a difference of 6 stories between Portofino and the proposed development. So older condominiums building generally have a ceiling height which range between 7 to 9 feet versus newer condos, which may have a higher ceiling height up to 12 feet. And is a factor for newer condos being higher. So as mentioned, the applicant request includes 7 waivers, and staff does not object to these waivers. Also, on March 18, 2025, the Planning Board unanimously voted 7 votes to 0 in favor of approval. And staff finds that the approval of the waivers and the request complies with rezoning standards found in section 94-32A. The design qualitative development standards in section 9435C, as well as the plan development district provisions and requirements in section 94207C. And staff is therefore recommending approval of ordinance 5128-25, which will be voted on, and resolution 96-25 is included for discussion. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm sure we have a number of questions for the applicant, but I did want to allow staff to give their report, so thank you for that. It was a very thorough presentation, but there's definitely a lot to consider here. I'll start with commissioners and what questions we have. Commissioner Peduzzi.
Thank you. I do have a quick question for staff. On the photograph that depicted the view from Southern Boulevard Bridge, if you could pull that up.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so I see Flaggler House, 193.8 foot proposed, but it looks like that depicts probably what's there now, or what does that depict?
Yes, so this excludes any rendering of what is proposed. This is just showing what is existing, and then the 193.8 is what is proposed, which would be higher.
Okay, you don't have a diagram that shows what the proposed would actually look like.
Yes, that was in the applicant's presentation.
Okay.
He has a couple of renderings which show that exact.
Not this exact depiction, though?
Yes, correct.
Oh, there is?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll ask him after.
Commissioner, ours does not include harbor towers. It's not taken from the bridge perspective.
Okay.
It's taken from the Flaggler Drive or lake perspective, so I think it includes only our neighbors on either side.
Thank you.
But that would be a helpful graphic.
Yeah,
Bring that back to second reading.
I would say that for staff, that, I think if you're going to show a depiction of what it looks like, you need to probably put the actual proposed building in there so that we can actually have an idea of what we're looking at and how it would affect the landscape. Certainly, because my hunch is that some of the objection to this is that it just doesn't fit in, and so I think that we need to make sure that is very clear as to how this building interacts with what's around it. And I think with not having that full building height there, it's difficult for us to see that.
Agreed. We'll get it rendered with the exact dimensions so that you can see the full 7 projects on Flaggler Drive and how it fits in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ward?
This is for either, a lot of the commentary that we received that was in opposition obviously spoke not just about height, but traffic. I know that it's the same density. I know that there's been some conversation about, like you said, these are houses stacked on top. Maybe there's more cars. I noticed that ingress and egress, and I know a lot of times on our two-way roads, a lot of the backup is because someone wants to turn illegally or go. Are you guys going to permit the turn? Because I noticed even in your management plan, if they come down and head north, they're going to be crossing traffic
I'm
that's
sorry,
heading
Flaggler
south.
Drive or Washington side?
Flaggler. And so are they going to be able to go in and out, right and left on the exit, and vice versa, entering into the building on the other side? Have you guys discussed how those traffic impacts at all? Or just in general, the traffic impacts of this development?
We have our traffic engineer, Jerry Troutman, here who can answer that with more precision, but this is such a low volume of traffic that, you're only getting a couple of trips per hour.
Mm-hmm.
So even in peak times, the trip counts are not very high. So, that's, probably a more applicable question to a higher density project. But to answer your question, I think they can turn out to the north or south off of Flaggler and turn out to the north or south on Washington as well.
Okay, so the data you guys reviewed didn't show any increase in traffic?
No, there's no stacking issue. So other projects that we've seen, for example, Family Church was an RPD, I think last in front of you. There was a very long stacking distance for the church school for obvious reasons. People all drop off at the same time. They largely pick up at the same time unless you stagger those. And we didn't want to have a problem like you see at some other, schools in the community. 39 luxury units that will probably rarely all be occupied at the same time. So no traffic issue.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate, there was a lot of information that was handed to us just as we sat down today. And so I had a chance just to glance over those. And so I have some questions on those for the applicant. One was on traffic. That seemed to be a concern that was mentioned a couple of times, but I feel like you have adequately addressed that. A second concern that I saw repeating, as well as in communications from residents, was about shadowing. Do you mind pulling up the shadow slides again?
Yeah, I don't know if we have shadow slides in here, but
I'm sorry, view corridors.
The view corridors, certainly. Sorry. I now restarted at the end. So these are building massing. Of course, the sun comes from the south 365 days a year where we live. So the shadow is not cast on our building to the south. In fact, it's the reverse of that. Portofino South cast a shadow on us. We cast our shadow on Flaggler Yacht Club to the north. And as you can see, this shadow would be their entire property at all times, more so, of course, in the winter when the sun is further south. That's when you get the angular sunshine that creates the greatest shadow. And to your point, or what I think you were going to get at, Madam President, is People often intuitively equate height with traffic. Height and traffic have no relationship whatsoever. It's density and traffic that have a relationship. Height affects building mass, view sheds, sunshine, view blockage, sun blockage, but not traffic.
And I was actually talking about the next two slides with the views. Could you review those again?
Sure. I think the most telling one is the final graphic. I'm happy to go through all of them, but
No, that's perfect.
this is the red by right building that would be 100 feet high instead of our proposed 193 or 198. But as you can see, if we followed the 25-foot setbacks on both sides, it would effectively block all the views that could be unblocked with the smaller floor plate centered building that we were proposing. And we tried other iterations in between, but all of them compressed and squeezed out the building and blocked more views for more people and cast more shadow on our neighbor to the north, who we also have to be conscious of. So not only does it create, a less valuable building for the developer, economically less valuable for the taxpayer, but it does more harm to the neighbors. And I know that's counterintuitive because the knee-jerk visceral reaction is tall building must be bad for me if I live next door, but in fact, that's not correct. The more we compress that down, the wider the building becomes, and that is not helpful. If we could have made it skinnier, we had a lot of feedback, can you make it skinnier, as I said, but we couldn't. We would have liked to have done that because we would have liked to have been more than 18 stories, but the reality is you can't get in your mechanical runs, your elevator banks, the hallways, double load them, et cetera, and have a marketable project. So this was the sweet spot of all of the iterations we looked at. Maximizes view sheds for neighbors and maximize the utility of the building from a design perspective. Did I answer your question?
You did, thank you.
Thank you.
Another item in one of the surveys that was provided to us was some concern about the commercial space. I know you touched on that and mentioned that it will be in perpetuity, a dog grooming facility, but can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. So I think I cited a couple of examples of other buildings in the community. Dog grooming is one of the number one requests after, gym, hot tub, et cetera, the pool that you put as an amenity in a project. But we would make this open to our neighbors as well, but we would never advertise it, and we've agreed to that. We're not trying to bring in outsiders. We're trying to serve our buyers and our neighbors. As I hope I've demonstrated, all of our decisions have been to benefit not only us, but our neighbors in every respect, both near and far. And we have agreed that we'll never convert that to any other commercial use, because most of the neighbors that we discussed it with said, that's great, I'll take my dog there, you'll save me a car trip, but what if you do a bait and switch? What if you turn this into something that drives a lot of traffic? We wanted to permanently alleviate that concern, so we are accepting a restriction that it will never be any other commercial use.
I have been to a lot of community meetings where this has been the topic of discussion, and one of the items that I heard discussed was a request by residents for the commissioners to beat up more on the applicants in general, not necessarily just on this project, but to make sure that we get more community benefits, that we get more out of what we are maybe giving up. And so I just want to make sure that I understand what it is that you are coming to the table as a representative of the applicant as far as community benefits. And so I think I heard all of them, but I'm just going to reiterate: a public access path that did not exist before, the dog watering station, the paver brick crosswalk, no service vehicles as was requested to be backed up along Washington, removed paved parking, added overabundance of increased landscaping, agreed to a construction management agreement ahead of time at the request of the neighbors, and then facilitated in speed bumps and parking permits applications with the city. Additionally, playground equipment, I think you mentioned tidal valves. You know, the reason why I bring those up is because the other item that I heard in the surveys and the results that were handed to me, and what I heard in a lot of the meetings and the emails that I received, was loss of character of the neighborhood. And I agree, this is a taller building than what exists there now. But I think that when we're taking into consideration what makes up the character of our neighborhood, I think there's a lot of things that go into that consideration. And so I wanted to point those out, and correct me if I left any out.
No, ma'am. I think you got them all except the Audubon Island, which no one asked us for. That's just a near and dear issue to the developers personally. And I know it's a little bit further away, but it's something that benefits everyone. And yes, I know what it's like to get beat up. When you said you are encouraged to beat up developers, but I've been doing it long enough to not bring you a project that has not already been fully and extensively socialized with the community, obtain their feedback, and try to incorporate what it is they need to make the neighborhood better. After all, we're going to be part of the neighborhood, and we want great relations with our neighbors. We try to earn everyone's support, and I think every single thing that we were asked for, with the exception of making it a shorter building, we granted. I don't think there was any other request in those public meetings that we did not do other than the height, and hopefully I provided an adequate explanation why that's not in our best interest, your best interest, or the neighborhood's best interest. But I get that. I mean, I understand that, height is, change is scary, height can be scary, but I'll remind everyone, this is an MF32 high-rise, mid-rise, high-density zoning district. It has been since the day the zoning code was created. We're not asking for an upzoning here. This is what it's already zoned to do, and it's what, as you can see from the image that Commissioner Peduzzi wanted to see on the screen again, that is the character of this area.
Commissioner Ward.
This is a question for staff, so Harvey, you can take a break for a second. I noticed a lot of reading in between the lines when it came to community conversation and within our emails is that, and this is the same thing that's happened in District 1, is like predictability. And what door does this open? Looking around that area, obviously you've got the southern boulevard border, you've got the building that's, I think, 7 stories that abuts the single family home. What does this do for the other potential properties that are abutting it with regards to precedent? And have you guys talked at all about creating some sort of predictability so that the residents know, hey, this is what I can anticipate? Because there's only so much space. And I think a lot of the concern is they just don't want it to encroach maybe upon the southern part over southern, or a little bit north where there are single family homes that are adjacent to buildings right now.
So we've been in communication with residents based on their concern, and it prompted us to look a little bit closer at what was existing in relation to what is proposed. So what the area that we're looking at, which is it's what they're requesting is by right, but however we try to look closer to see what is existing, and you do have those mid-high-rise, those high-rise condominiums, and it's within a cluster of 7 or 8 properties. So we're looking at pretty much what is proposed versus what is existing. It was determined that it's relative. It's not anywhere close to what other high-rise developments are requesting, and it's within the height of what FAA has issued for the maximum. So taking it to, sorry.
Angela Van, Planning and Zoning Administrator. To answer your question, staff looks at each site as an individual. So we basically look at it, take into consideration the content of that site, the size of the site, parking requirements, the height of that. So as far as just creating a precedent, I don't think so, because again, we look at each individual site. It's based on the standards. We do take into consideration the contents of the area, where you have in this small section of Flagler Driveway, we have MF32, which we don't have. So it's all zoned for high residential, high density, and that's what this area is zoned for. So we try to take into account those things in terms of the site, the size of the site, the building. We know anything that's going to be built in this area now is going to probably already start at 10 feet because of the FEMA requirements, so they're already 10 feet off of the ground higher. We know that new buildings going to have higher floor to ceiling than traditional older condominiums, so we already know that. So we take that all in when we're looking at it, when we look at a project. We also look at design, what we can do. This one had both dual entryways, so we were allowed to push all the commercial, all of the trucks, everything on Washington, again, which we try to keep a lot of curb cuts, a lot of activity off of Flaggler to still create that vista for walking, for pedestrians. So no, it wasn't set a precedent because, again, we look at each individual property and each individual site.
Thank you.
Commissioner Warren?
Thank you, President Lambert. Mr. Oyer, I could certainly see why the applicant chose you to present this information. I think this is probably the most comprehensive presentation that I've seen since I've been on the commission. It seemed very thoughtful, and the things that were presented really represented what you believe to be community, what the applicant believed to be community benefits and things that would enhance the neighborhood, enhance the area and the walkability. The things that I'm considering when I think of the emails and the approximately 200 pieces of communication that I absolutely did review, very strongly, there was very strongly a favor for the project by the business community. And then there was a firm opposition from a lot of the residents in the information that I reviewed. So there's so what I'm considering is, I know that there may be some people that said that they would like it to be higher and that there are other things that they would like to see because they're selling, but then there are a tremendous amount of people that may not intend to sell that want to hold on to some things that they believe to be the character of the community. But what I think is very important right now is to think of where we are and where we're going. And I think that back in 1962, when this development this original development was created, the average height of an apartment building was 2 to 3 stories. As times have changed, as things have developed, apartment buildings are higher in density. So that is something that I am taking into consideration as I listen to all of the information. Doesn't necessarily mean that 18 stories is the right number, but I do believe that there's been a tremendous amount of thought that has gone into it. But I do want everyone here to know that I'm listening and hearing what you're saying, and I've read the things that have been written, but what I'm considering the most is where West Palm Beach is going as a community, what we're seeing downtown, and whether or not we're moving in a thoughtful way. And I believe that this project, the way that it has been presented, is showing signs of looking at your neighbors and looking at what's going to be a great impact in the city of West Palm Beach. So I'm sure that you'll probably be able to go further into the things that I've said, but I'm just stating
Well, you
what I'm
highlight
considering.
several important points, Commissioner. One is, I imagine when Harbor Towers and Portofino South were built, however many decades ago, at 10 and 12 stories, those were seen as, very tall buildings as well. I will remind everyone that the character of this neighborhood, while there are some single-family homes in Central Park behind us, there's also a lot of duplexes, triplexes, a few apartment buildings. There's a reason that the writers of your code made this MF20. So unlike Southland Park, Prospect Park, El Cid to the north, which are not directly affected by this proposed project, the character of the neighborhood behind us is multifamily as well and has always contemplated that this would be. I agree that FEMA adds an extra story to anyone who rebuilds. So even if you tried to rebuild the 3-story that's there today, it would be a 4-story. If you wanted to have a 4-story that was marketable to someone, it would be taller yet because you'd want 12-foot ceilings, not 8-foot ceilings. And unless you wanted to look at asphalt surface parking, you're going to have at least a deck of parking. So even the 3-story rebuilt is probably going to be the equivalent of a 5- or 6-story building for the very reasons you stated. Then to compound all of this, we have the post-Surfside legislation, which I think you're all familiar with. After the Surfside disaster, the legislature has mandated that any condominium building in Florida that is at least 3 stories and at least 30 years old, which is this one and every one of them in the stretch of South Flagler Drive, has to do an engineering milestone report, and they must make the repairs, meaning they can't put it off, they can't punt the ball, which they've done for many years. And that's why you get that with, many people's insurance in these buildings has tripled and quadrupled, plus development pressure. All that led to 39 unit owners, selling their property. And there's already at least one more property to our south that has already traded hands, and several more that are in the process of trading hands. That's not proprietary or privileged knowledge. That's been in the Palm Beach Post multiple times. So you're going to see this transition, whether you like it or don't like it. And for those of us who grew up here, maybe new buildings are scary. But the reality is none of those are sustainable buildings long term. Some are better maintained than others, some are newer than others, but they're probably all going to turn over at some time. And I think if you require them to build to the code, this bumper to bumper, unimaginative, less than attractive design, blocking more views, that's not beneficial to anyone, as I think I expressed, the city, the developer, or the neighbors. So there's a reason why all these have been RPDs. You get a much better product with much more community benefit by doing an RPD for the very reasons you cited.
Commissioner Fox?
Thank you. I've had my hand up for so long. All my questions have mostly been answered. The Surfside point is one that I really wanted to drill home because I have heard from people that live in the building, current residents who are selling because they have put their entire fortune into living in this building and they can't otherwise make it work with any kind of assessments that are going forward. And I think we are about to be in a condo crisis that is already happening in many parts of South Florida, but I think in particular that strip where there are many buildings that are 60 years old or more, and I think that people are going to owe more in special assessments than the building that their property is worth at the moment. And so I think we have to be honest about looking forward and to what we have, on deck here, that this won't be the only building that we're looking at. And I think many of the neighbors surrounding it will also have the same issues, and not just looking at to see if this building is going to make their property values higher, but because they're going to be stuck with paying more assessments than they can afford. So I appreciate that point. But I also wanted to mention that looking at the different images that you have, I live in City Place. I live right next to what used to be Macy's, and I remember when Macy's was being torn down. I live in a townhouse literally 10 feet away from Macy's, and I thought, oh wow, this is going to be a huge project, many 20 stories or whatever right next to my house. And now that it's there and it's the Laurel, and I think about what used to be Macy's was just this big block, and now I have this incredible, beautiful, walkway everywhere, different areas for my dog. It's just changed the whole neighborhood, where I am so happy. Every morning I wake up, I can't believe I live here. And I only say that because I know change is hard, and I will admit that I like density. I like living downtown. I like to walk everywhere. But the change that it has made in my lifestyle to not have a big block in front of my house and to have this beautiful landscaped building and amenities that, and always feeling like there's someone that's looking out for you any time of day or night, if it's, that there's eyes on the street. I feel like it's really improved my lifestyle, and I just wanted to mention that personally to some of you that I know I've heard from about just the height in general, and it's that there's not actually going to be any more units in this building, so it's the same exact density. It's not going to add traffic, but I think in some ways it actually will improve the character of the neighborhood.
Commissioner, it's all about design. You can have a really ugly, overbearing two-story building, or you can have a phenomenal building that's 50 stories in height. It's all about design. How you treat the ground level pedestrian experience, how you landscape it, how you step back the height so it's not landing on top of the neighbors or the roadways. So again, we try to denominate everything in number of stories. That's, as you well know, not the best way to look at it, because you can have a really poorly designed two-story building that could ruin a neighborhood and an awesome 25-story building, or in your case, I think Laurel's about 21 stories, and I agree, it's a phenomenal addition. I did the approval on that project, and I remember some of your neighbors were very similar to this, that the sky's falling, and many of them have called me or stopped me in the street and said, I was wrong, it's much better than an empty Macy's building. And this, should it be approved, will be much better than the building that's there. And yes, people are receiving assessments for more than they paid for their unit. And that's going to continue in some of these older vintage buildings. And I can assure you, when those developers come in, they will probably request all of their density and more height. This developer's leaving a lot of density on the table.
Thank you. Commissioner Peduzzi, and then I believe our city attorney would like to weigh in as well.
Perfect. Mr. Oyer, I agree with Commissioner Warren's sentiments that this was certainly one of the most comprehensive presentations that we've received on a single project in a long time. And I think that my colleagues have asked some really valuable questions. And the one thing that I still just want to, for my own mind, is feel comfortable with this is we talked a little bit about character of communities. We talked about, how does this project fit in with that one picture that was presented that showed the current height as opposed to the proposed height. If we could go back to that slide that shows the zoning that I think was in your presentation. Right.
So this is the current zoning.
Current zoning and
proposed.
Now, if I'm looking at this correctly, all of that area around this proposed project is zoned multifamily in one way or another.
Either 20 units to the acre to the west or 32 units to the acre to the east.
Okay, so to the west of the project, there may be some single-family homes dispersed in there, but it's still multifamily, right?
It's zoned multifamily, and it's a mix of singles, multi-apartment, triplexes. It's a pretty big mix.
Yeah, and I think I'd have more of a concern if the surrounding neighborhood was all single family. But, that portion, that side, the east side of Washington along Flaggler Drive, I mean, we see where it's going. We see that the buildings that are being proposed, and it's certainly the highest use of the property. And I know it's difficult for all of us because we don't like to see change, but change is coming. And I think it's inevitable just because of the things you mentioned about the change in laws with these not even 2-story, 3-story, 4-story buildings that are really old and have to meet these new requirements because of Surfside. They're going to be selling their buildings because it's just going to be too much money for them to retrofit and sink pilings and everything to try to stabilize their buildings. I know that my own office building was only 2 stories, and we had settlement issues, and we had to sink, pilings and trying to stabilize it, trying to shore it up. And ours was only 2 stories and wasn't subject to that Surfside legislation. So I think this is kind of where it's all going, and that surrounding neighborhood is all zoned multifamily, and everyone who's purchased in that area over the last number of years has to understand that multi-story means you could get a mix of from single story all the way up to multifamily homes. And I think I'm just thinking out loud here, trying to make sure that this fits in with the character. And I think, as I said before, I think I'd have more of an issue if it was solely a single-family neighborhood to the west of this project, but it's not. I don't know if there's a question in there. But I think that's just my feelings and my comments.
I concur, Commissioner. It's very contextual. We're not asking for an upzoning. This is a lateral rezone, so the RPD is the same as the MF32, the same density, the same rules apply, other than you don't have to adhere to the sort of archaic portions of MF32 that result in a bad project. So it's completely contextual. And just stepping back from this, putting myself in your shoes, we have a very limited and finite amount of waterfront land left in our city that doesn't invade single-family homes, which I think we all agree we don't want to ever convert a single-family home to a high-rise. So in looking at how few parcels are remaining and comparing that to the incredible demand to live in Palm Beach County, I mean, we are literally at the epicenter of the real estate market in this country. And then to top it all off, this site overlooks Mar-a-Lago, which is now maybe the best known home on planet Earth. So if you think about the development pressures and how few places you have to allow more height, I think you can count on two hands the remaining, maybe three hands, remaining waterfront sites to be developed in the city of West Palm Beach. This just happens to be one of them. And the neighboring properties to the south, you'll see many of those for all the reasons we've discussed: insurance, Surfside, demand. So, thinking about it from a policy perspective, where can you extract the most value for the taxpayer? This is probably one of those locations.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, you had a comment?
I did. I just wanted to set the stage. We are under the quasi-judicial portion of the agenda, and as I heard discussion and evidence presented, I heard information and questions about community benefit and opinions that had been received. And I just wanted to remind those who are here and the board, obviously, that the quasi-judicial proceedings require competent, substantial evidence, and the case law is clear as it relates to pure opinion. Testimony opinions alone are not considered to be competent, substantial evidence, but that they also, if they come with them facts that establish or show that one of the standards you're considering are met or not met, then they are considered. So as you deliberate and consider the application before you, think about, in terms of community benefits or the opinions that you received, that if those things do go to one of the standards, consider them. If they do not consider it. But the standards you're applying tonight are 9432, 9435, and 94207.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners, before we take public comment? Okay, there's a large number of public comment. So first of all, I just want to say thank you for participating in the public process. I think it's really wonderful that we're able to hear from so many people, whether it was at neighborhood events, through email, phone calls, or here tonight. I am going to remind everyone that if you wish to speak, or even if you don't wish to speak, to fill out a comment card and get it to our clerk up here. And just a reminder that we are in a professional meeting, that displays of anger, rudeness, ridicule, impatience, lack of respect, and personal attacks are strictly prohibited. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistles, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted. Offenders may be removed from the meeting. And I am going to start off with our non-speakers first. So this is Kevin Flett of Lakeland Drive. I object the building above 12 stories for the 3705 Flaggler building. Mark Lowe of Wilson Road. We needed to leave for a memorial service, or we would speak on behalf of and in favor of the Flaggler House condo. It will be beneficial and will help with the flooding in the area. Lisa Lowe of Wilson Road. I will be leaving to attend a memorial service, but I am in favor of the Flaggler House. The building that is there is no longer fits the look, a vision of a downtown area. Marian Marcias I do not agree with the size and scale of this development. This is entirely out of character with the neighborhood, not thoughtful growth and not thoughtful development. And she's of DeSoto Road. Judy Everman on South Olive Avenue. Living in the neighborhood over 40 years, to have 18-story condos on Flaggler Drive is out of character for our neighborhood. Opposed. Matthew King of Pilgrim Road. I am against the approval of agenda item 11.2. The city has not made the staff analysis public with enough time for the residents to study them and make an informed decision. In addition, the proposed building is too tall in relation to the characteristic of the neighborhood. Christina King of Pilgrim Road. The proposed development should not be allowed to be any taller than the existing tallest building at 3800 Washington Road, West Palm Beach, Florida, 33405, Portofino. Actual existing height. I am against approval of agenda item 11.2. Kip O'Brien of Washington Road says see attached. It is quite lengthy. I'll read the sentiment of this and then enter it into public record. He has reasons 1, 2, and 3. The review by the City P&Z Board included staff conclusionary statements that the project met the standards for a waiver when considering will be harmony with the general character of the neighborhood considering population density, design, scale, and bulk of any new proposed structures, will not be detrimental to the use, peaceful enjoyment, economic value, or development of surrounding properties or the general neighborhood. Beyond city and staff presenting that the project complies with these two particular elements, the P&Z Board received no backup materials substantiating the staff's conclusion when the item was before them. When residents contacted city requesting methodology or notes compiled, leading staff to the conclusion that the project met the standard, no such documentation was produced. Why? Because no backup material existed. It goes on. There's item number 2 and number 3. I don't know if that person's here and would prefer to read theirs, but that's lengthy, and I will enter it into the record. That's the end of the cards of people who did not want to speak, so I will now call up folks who are here. We have quite a number of cards. Everybody will receive 3 minutes. In the last CRA meeting, because we were time-bound, we did restrict everyone to 2 minutes, but I felt that given the nature of this topic, I'd like to give everyone the full 3 minutes. However, if you feel that you've made your comment in less than 3 minutes, you don't have to use it all because we will be here late tonight, but we do want to hear you, and we are grateful that you all are here. So I'm going to call up a few names and ask you to line up at this podium, and then a few names to line up at this podium, just so that we can keep everybody going. The first is Michael Zeff, Jeff Eagle, and Jacob Sheriff. We'll start over here. And then at the other podium, Lisa Reeves, David Aiken, and Amy Triggs. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Zeff. I'm the President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce of the Palm Beaches. We're located at 401 North Flaggler Drive. Our Government Affairs Committee had an opportunity to receive a presentation of this project and review it thoroughly, and they voted unanimously to endorse this project, and we encourage you to do the same this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Eagle.
Madam President and Commissioners, my name is Jeff Eagle. I live on the corner of Vincent Road and Marlboro, which is located in Prospect Park. I've been here over 30 years in this neighborhood, and my wife and I moved here specifically for the type of community and neighborhood that it offered us. We have dogs that we do take for walks every single day for the past 30 years, obviously different dogs. We know our neighbors to say hello to. We know our neighbors when there is a disaster like a hurricane. We all come to help each other. When there's good news and bad news, and on Halloween, we get over 200 children coming to our street going trick-or-treating. And many of those children are coming from west of Dixie into our neighborhood because it's such a unique neighborhood, and they feel safe, and they have a great time. And my house is 101 years old. It's a little bit older than the condos that you're looking to pull down. I was going to be like super nice, and Madam President, you know my reputation, and I will still be that way. However, I am for improvement. I am for advancement of neighborhoods. I am totally against a building that is twice the height of any of the other buildings in that area. I worked out of the Phillips Point building for over 25 years, and I saw what happened to the downtown when just one exception was made, then another exception was made. And now what we're sitting with downtown, although it looks very nice, it looks like Fort Lauderdale is starting to creep south of Okeechobee. I'd like to find out what these condos are going to sell for. What if the people are only going to be there part-time? Is this wonderful dog grooming setup that they're putting in there, is it actually going to be used? And how are you going to explain to other dog groomers in the community that all of a sudden everybody's showing up at this dog groomer to have their dogs groomed? Or is it like $500 to get your dog groomed?
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Can I?
No,
Two-
you had
one
3
last
minutes.
sentence.
We have to be fair to everyone.
One last sentence?
Thank you so much, Jeff. Thank you. Thank you. Jacob, Sheriff.
How are y'all doing? I'm a lifelong resident of West Palm Beach and have owned my home on Lakeland Drive since 2008. My home's located directly across the street from the development site. I understand there are different opinions on this project, and I absolutely appreciate and respect that. However, some of those opposing do not live in this immediate neighborhood and will not be directly affected by the changes. I recognize that growth and development in West Palm Beach are inevitable. Change is coming, whether we embrace it or resist it. My concern is if this development project is not approved, eventually the current 3-story structure would further deteriorate and need substantial renovations. What would happen if funding isn't available for these renovations and the building is unsafe for living? I'd prefer to hedge my bet and support this well-funded development project. I think the proposed building would be beautiful, and it'll be a welcome replacement to the deteriorating 3-story structure that's currently in its place. Cosmetically, the proposed building is in line with what I'd like to see every day on the Intercoastal. Also worth noting, although the building itself will be taller than the current 3-story structure, there'll be less residential traffic going in and out of this building. The demographic of people buying units in this building won't be living here year-round. They just won't. Furthermore, the new building is expected to have ample parking for its residents. The 3-story building currently there has minimal parking. As a result, the residents of this building are constantly parking on our residential streets in front of my house and other houses. I'd like that to end. As someone who lives literally across the street on Lakeland Drive, I support this building development project. Lastly, to request, if this project is approved, I'd ask the Commission to make sure the development company sticks to proposed construction timelines or exceeds them. I also ask the Commission to make sure there's language in the proposal confirming the development company has financial repercussions for workers and subcontractors who choose to park on our residential streets during the construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Reeves.
Good evening, President and Commissioners. I'm Lisa Revis of Becker and Polyakov. I represent Portofino South Condominium Association. The applicant's request to rezone the property fails to comply with the 8 criteria needed to grant the rezoning, as there are no changed conditions which require the rezoning for the development of this site. It can be developed under the current zoning. The proposed amendment allows for a taller building, which shifts closer to the neighbors. This building will cast larger and longer shadows on the neighboring properties and impose adverse impacts on the surrounding neighbors. The applicant's request also fails to comply with the intent of the Land Development Code. The code requires a minimum of 10 acres for a planned development. The applicant is seeking an 86% reduction of this requirement to 1.42 acres. The applicant is proposing an 85% reduction to the side setback to 15 feet. The code requires residential buildings to be a minimum of 20 feet from the property line. The applicant is proposing a 25% reduction to 15 feet. This is not the intent of the code. The code allows for one access point onto each public right-of-way. The applicant is proposing 100% increase to 2 access points per right-of-way. The code requires a 125-foot separation between access points. The applicant is proposing a 38% decrease in the separation of the driveways on Flaggler Drive and a 68% decrease in the distance from my client's property. They're proposing a 31% decrease in the separation of the driveways on Washington Avenue and a 14% decrease in the distance from my client's property. The separation of access points is for safety reasons, and the proposed reductions will put the neighbors' safety at risk. This is not the intent of the code. The code requires all outside stairways over 3 feet in height to meet a 20-foot setback. The applicant is proposing a 50% reduction to 10 feet. The extensive waivers allow the applicant to overdevelop an undersized parcel with a taller building with smaller separation from their neighbors and increased access points, causing safety issues for the community. My clients reached out to the applicant in an effort to mediate some of these issues, but the applicant was not interested in addressing any of my client's concerns. We respectfully request that you reduce the number of variances granted to reduce the building height, relocate the pedestrian easement to the north side of the property, and remove the commercial aspect of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. David Aiken?
Madam President, honorable commissioners, my name is David Aiken, and I have been in this market for a lot of years. Matter of fact, my first job was at 501 7th Avenue Street, right next to the Sunset Lounge 40 years ago. So I have seen a lot of change in this market. This building wasn't here, City Place wasn't here. All that change got everybody up in arms, not so much up in arms, but wondering, what does this change mean to me? I think this is a very well thought out project. But most importantly, you know, the people are coming. Let's face it, we live in paradise and the word's out. I want to applaud the city and the staff for the processes and procedures that you guys put in place to make these hard decisions. There's nothing easy about what we're doing tonight. Let's face it, you put it in place to successfully manage such change. There's a review process to get input, like we're doing tonight, and everything else that goes into these decisions. And it should reflect what's best for the long-term vision the city has for its future growth. Again, it's what we're doing here tonight. We also have a building department that reviews plans to make sure that the most current safety and building codes are implemented in the design and construction of these buildings. I heard a comment tonight about that this may not be the first building or this may be the first building of many to come. I will share with you in the business that I'm in, it's not just West Palm Beach, it's going to go all the way up to Brevard and further. We have a lot of old buildings that are going to change because of the cost to meet some of the construction criteria that's been mandated by law. So here are my thoughts on the project. I understand the project complies with the city's long-term comp plans and has been recommended by planning and zoning. That's a process that the city has in place, and it sounds like they've done their job. The project consists of equal number of units, 1 for 1, no more, no less. So while it's going up vertically, we're not putting any more traffic on the road that I could see. I've seen the presentation a couple times now. I'm sure you guys have too. I'm not an architect, but it sure seems like a fairly friendly design to me. I mean, if you want to push everything out and make it lower, I don't understand that rationale, but they could do that if they had to or wanted to. All right, the proposal to replace the existing 60-year-old building will reflect the latest building and safety code standards. Let's take that into consideration. We talked, oh,
Thank you.
no problem. Thank you for considering my thoughts.
Thank you. Amy Triggs.
Good evening. To quote our mayor when he opposed the height of the PBA parking garage, calling it a monstrosity, some things are just worth fighting for. I'm here tonight because protecting the integrity of my historic neighborhood against this monstrosity is worth fighting for. I've lived on Monroe Drive in my 1923 Spanish home for over 30 years. I'm going to see this building, if it's built, from my backyard. This affects more than just the condos next door and their shadows. I'm deeply concerned about this project, not because I'm against development, but I'm against overdevelopment, which is what is going on all over West Palm Beach. I also believe in thoughtful growth that respects the scale, character, and infrastructure of the community it joins. This isn't downtown. The Bristol, the Forte, La Clara are not our peer group. They're surrounded by other high-rises, office buildings, and major institutions like Palm Beach Atlantic and the Norton. What surrounds this building? Nothing but small condos, 1- and 2-story apartments, and homes. This building borders a cherished residential, historic neighborhood that's worked hard to preserve its character for over 100 years. The tallest building in our neighborhood now is 12 stories, and I heard it started off as a hotel, which is why it's that high. I also heard the cap in our area is 7 stories for new construction. I provided you all with pictures of the proposed building, and you can see that it towers over Portofino and is also modern in design, which is not harmonious with our neighborhood. I've also provided pictures of single-family homes within 500 feet of the proposed building, so you can see the distinct character and charm of our neighborhood. It might be zoned multifamily, but most of them are single-family homes. Common sense and these pictures tell you this building doesn't comply with the waiver standards and doesn't align with our neighborhood's character, density, design, scale, etc., that the planning board says it does, with no backup and documentation from the planning board as to how they arrived at that conclusion. And while design is one concern, precedent is the greatest one. I do believe the condos in this area need to be updated, but if this building is approved, what's to stop the next one at 20 stories, the one after that at 25 stories? If approved, it will spark a domino effect of rezonings and waivers that will change the face of our neighborhood and community forever, and you can't take it back. Traffic is already worsening rapidly. Our roads, our schools, our infrastructure simply can't sustain unchecked vertical growth. I'm tired of developers buying land, knowing full well what they're allowed to build, and then ask for exceptions waivers or full-on rezoning. It's time for the city to stop rewarding that gamble. If they want to build, they can build what's within their zoning rights to do so and build a really pretty building within the limits. If it doesn't suit their plan, they shouldn't have bought the land in the first place. To quote Ms. Lambert in a recent article, as with any development, my priority is ensuring we have a project that fits within the character of the neighborhood and serves the best interests of our residents. Well, this project does neither. Please stop catering to developers and respect the longtime residents and voters who have built our lives here and who have overwhelmingly said that we do not approve the height and the precedent it will set. Thank you.
I'm going to call 3 more on this side, Donald Moore and Laureen Moore. And I think it's Todd Gullum over on your left, am I right? On the other side, William Thompson, Ruth Reingold, and Stephen Mabel. On this side, please. Donald Moore? You can start.
I need to be sworn in.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we do. And if there's anybody who came late who did not get sworn in, do you mind standing now? And I appreciate you letting us know. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder to please state your name and address for the record.
Okay. My name's Donald Moore. I am an owner at 3705 South Flaggler Avenue, Unit 7. My wife and I have been owners for about 10 years there. I've been a resident here in the county for 60 years. Having lived there or been there and by the pool, we were just there probably yesterday for a few hours, And as nice of a view as it is, I see what we're leaving and the condition of the building. I know what the developers are doing to it, the charm, the beauty, the safety involved coming into it. I support it 100%, and I thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorraine Moore?
Yes, thank you, Madam. Lorraine Moore, an owner with my husband at the Flaggler House, and I would like to express my strong support for the proposed redevelopment project. Having been part of this community, I deeply appreciate the unique character and historic significance of the Flaggler House. I believe that the redevelopment presents a wonderful opportunity to preserve and enhance its legacy. I agree with everything that my husband said. I strongly encourage the approval of this redevelopment initiative, and I believe it will be a positive step for the community, as well as giving more safety and beauty, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is it Todd Gullum? TKAO, or it looks like Todd Gullum on Monroe Drive. Okay, William Thompson? Sure.
Hi, my name is William Thompson. I represent the owners of 3907 Flaggler, which is a few buildings south of this particular building that's here before you tonight. I actually really like, excuse me, I really liked the design, and I thought that the view corridors were particularly nice. I disagree with reducing the height and ending up with a much shorter, bulky building that just doesn't really look very nice from the skyline or is very conducive to the pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruth Reingold?
Yes, Madam President, Commissioners. I'm Ruth Reingold. I live at Portofino South, which is the 12-story building just south of the project. And I've watched that this is the main flight pattern for Palm Beach International. So I'm very concerned about how low these planes come in and our safety. So I studied the FAA studies, and the first study, which came out on December 8th, classified this project as a hazard. The proposal would exceed the obstruction standards. The FAA second report came out, and they approved the 2,205-foot building. And I'm kind of confused about just how high this building is. It says on our program 193 feet, and the parking lot is 17 feet, and it's 18 stories. So I don't know, that doesn't add up to me. The changes that were made on the second study that got accepted, they changed it by 1 foot. The first study said that it was 200 and with a 6-foot elevation of the property. And the second study, they came down 1 foot to a 205-story building. And the exception was that they would have to put red lights on top of this building. Commercial planes travel at 550 to 600 miles per hour. This building is 2.3 miles from the landing strip. The estimated speed at that point is 115 miles per hour to 160 miles per hour. I think this height is too dangerous to allow this project to be built directly in the flight pattern from Palm Beach International Airport. The FAA permit states that they should be called if the lights are off for a period of 30 minutes, but I don't know who's monitoring these lights. The flights come into the airport every 5 minutes or less every evening at 5-minute intervals. if the lights are out, there could be a real tragedy. In the news, we're watching problems with air traffic control instrument failure every day. And I just don't think you should allow this variance for a building that is over the 7-story limits in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Stephen.
Hi, thank you. My name's Steve Madable, and I live in Portofino South. And just for the record, and I appreciate you letting me say this building is going to obliterate at least 30 residential units, our views in our building. So to the north, all of everything is obliterated. So we're not talking about 3 units or 5 units. We're talking almost 35 residential units. And the building is 15 feet from our property line. Now, the comparisons that they've been drawing with Forte and the Flaggler House, or South Flaggler House, those buildings have a lot of airspace around them. This is 15 feet from our property line. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Joining us here at the podium on the left, Jessica Prince, and then Laurel Hansen, and then Sean Moriarty. And then on this other side, Shannon Moriarty, Mary Frell, and Jacob Tabor. Jessica Prince.
Hi, my name's Jessica Prince, and I've been a full-time resident of Prospect Park in West Palm Beach for the past 15 years. My husband and I chose to make West Palm Beach our home to raise a family because of its historic charm, strong sense of community, and distinct character, qualities that set it apart from larger, overdeveloped cities like Fort Lauderdale and Miami. When we moved into Prospect Park, it was not the favorable neighborhood it is today. We invested in this community because we believed in its potential, and we have watched it flourish into a vibrant and beautiful part of the city. As longtime residents, we have adapted to West Palm Beach's growth with patience and cooperation. However, we are now overly concerned by the direction that growth is taking, particularly with the proposed project at 3705 South Flaggler Drive. This development represents more than just a single project. It threatens to set a precedent that could forever alter the character and livability of Prospect, Southland, and Central Park, all historic neighborhoods composed of single-family homes dating back to the 1920s that surround this proposed development. An 18-story skyscraper does not belong in this residential community. The RPDs approved that were shown on the slide are all downtown, surrounded by universities, the Norton, and other office buildings. I'm not alone in these concerns. Ahead of the March 18, 2025 Planning Board meeting, we, meaning our neighborhood, conducted a survey of Prospect and Southland Park tax-paying residents, which revealed that 85% expressed concern over this project and 86% cited the building height as their primary issue. All the commissioners have been provided those studies that I'm speaking of. Furthermore, our neighborhood recently funded a professionally administered survey of tax-paying homeowners between Greenwood Drive and Southern Boulevard, an area too often overlooked in city decisions. That survey showed 80% of the respondents supporting limited building height to 12 stories, aligning with the current tallest structure on that street. This is an overwhelming majority, and I suggest that you look at the surveys provided to you. These numbers tell a powerful story. This community is not against development. We support reasonable and respectful development that honors the historic and residential character of our neighborhoods. The proposed 18-story tower does not reflect that. Many residents feel left out of the process, with little opportunity to provide meaningful input. We respectfully ask the Commission and the Mayor, who is not here currently, to vote no on the 18-story proposal of 3705 South Flaggler, and work with the residents to craft a development plan that's more fitting for this area. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I urge you to listen to the voices of those who live, work, and care about this neighborhood, just as you did with the contesting of the 8111 project by Flaggler Development. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Laurel Hanson.
Sorry, I didn't see it.
Hi, my name is Laurel Hanson, and we live at 2881 South Flaggler Drive. In case you haven't had a chance for a site visit, I did drop off some street-level photos for each of you, of each of the commissioners. At the planning meeting on May 18th and this evening, the developer spoke consistently about buildings such as La Clara, South Flagler House, and the Bristol as being their buildings' peers. Those developments are not 3705's peers. Those towers are situated amongst high-rise office buildings, high-rise apartments, a university, a museum, and a slew of mixed-use commercial buildings. On the other hand, 3705 is zoned MF32 with a maximum height of 40 feet, no commercial space allowed, and sits within a historic neighborhood of 1 to 2-story houses and low-level condos. Here's the Bristol. Here's 3705 South Flagler. According to Google Maps, it's about a 7 to 8 minute car ride, or just over 2 miles, and a 39-minute walk to get from here to there. These are not peer buildings. The developer can't make that argument that his proposal has basically already been approved for the area based on waivers already given for the large-scale buildings down on Flaggler, or that MF32 is just a lateral move. That's very misleading. By the way, if the FAA has to consider whether or not this building is safe enough, common sense really tells us it's too tall for our neighborhood. Please understand, contrary to what I think has been said tonight, our community is pro-development. We want to see 3705 and the surrounding condo buildings updated and improved. We aren't afraid of change. We don't think the sky is falling or that new buildings are scary. But this 18-story building does not, to quote Mayor James, harmoniously integrate with its surrounding community, nor is it consistent with smart growth. Right here tonight, you have an opportunity to plan smart growth for our neighborhood and by extension, the city of West Palm Beach by enforcing our current zoning laws. But very tellingly tonight, the attorney said, quote, "This building has to be this tall for a marketable project." Remember, the developer knew the zoning code when he bought it. We have full faith in them and in their ability to go back, scale this proposal down, and build a beautiful building within the existing code. They had a lot of great ideas tonight. We like so many of them. We're sure they can come up with additional amenities or more high-end finishes or whatever they need to do to maximize their cost per square foot to work with what they paid. Let me just close by saying, letting developers decide and shape our city is not smart growth. It's a money grab. We don't want this area rezoned. We appreciate your time, and we feel like this is very important to consider all the options. This isn't an either this building or nothing. We feel like we're being forced by the developer to make a choice, and we don't want to have it rezoned. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Sean Moriarty. I live on Marlborough Road with my wife, and children grew up there, lived there about 13 years. I also own a unit in 3705 South Flagler. And my words to some of the detractors this evening, and folks against it, are be careful what you wish for, you might just get it. This building is falling into disrepair. The options could be much worse. I think anyone who can see the project that they presented realize it does fit with the neighborhood. It's beautiful, the amount of landscaping, the development and thought that went into it. There are modern homes going up and down all over Flagler Boulevard. This is an appropriate project. Your planning board themselves unanimously recommended approval with comments like, this should be a benchmark for buildings to come. It is an appropriate project and should be approved, so I urge you to do so. Thanks.
And Moriarty. Shannon.
Hi. I'm Shannon Moriarty. I live at 334 Marlborough Road, a very historic home from 1930. And I love my historic neighborhood. It's beautiful, and I feel like this building will make our neighborhood even more beautiful. It is tall, it is slender, it is art-provoking, it's very green. I love the green spaces. It's wonderful. You're going to hear from neighborhood associations, mine included, that say that they surveyed all the people and 80%, they surveyed who they wanted to survey. They surveyed
who they knew would respond the way they wanted them to. They did not survey all of us. They did not survey me. That's a fact. Okay, so it's not necessarily true, this information they're providing. We're not all against it. A lot of us think it's beautiful, it's eco-friendly, it's neighborhood-friendly, it's wonderful. Okay, I'm sorry that 39 people might have their view distorted slightly. That's 39 people being very selfish, not thinking about the rest of the community. Okay, we are in favor of this. It is a beautiful, beautiful building, and I'm so glad that it has so much green space, that it has water stations, that it has a safety pedestrian pass-through so that you don't have to walk through other apartment buildings with all their parking spaces and things like that. It's wonderful, and I strongly encourage you to approve it. We love it. We live here full-time. We vote here. We love it. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for being here this evening. My name is Mary Fry. I live at 3421 South Flaggler Drive. I've been in the neighborhood for 30 years. I'm here today and I'm in opposition of the proposed project at 3705 South Flagler Drive. The last meeting in March, I did not attend. No one has reached out to me. I just became aware of what was going on recently. So I watched the meeting via the City of West Palm Beach site. And at that time, I came up with my reason for opposing. I listened to everything. I looked at the photos because I am for development. I live in a historical neighborhood, but I don't want other people telling me what I can or cannot do with my home. So I come at it as just an independent person that was watching the meeting, and my analogy is what they're proposing, or it's a size 10 woman trying to fit into a size 2 pair of jeans. And even though the jeans are nice, it's just not appropriate. I am all for development, making things look nice, but we really need to, and everyone, should consider that it's just not the neighborhood. It's a historical neighborhood. I noticed that the majority of the speakers at the meeting in March were either realtors, brokers, or people that are selling their condo units. So they're not coming from it as someone that is going to still be living in the neighborhood. And it is going to, the flight path, big concern that I didn't hear much about it at the meeting, but it really should be a consideration. The planes fly very low, and we've seen accidents, and more and more happening. But anyway, thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. You can hear me all right? So I heard a lot about community today. Oh, Jake Tabor, 3209 Washington Road. We live sort of near George Petty Park, so this would be something I'd be able to see out of my backyard. I want to talk about community because I feel that many of you may have not visited our neighborhood just to look behind this building and notice that really every single building is actually a single-family home for the most part. There's nothing above 40 feet behind this building all the way back. So let's just clarify that. And then the other part is that, I look at this thing and I'm like, I compare it to the Bristol, and I look at it at night, and there's no lights on. Like, that building's, I think, fully sold out, and no one's there, ever. And I like my historical neighborhood, mostly because I see my neighbors. We go out all the time. We're here year-round. It's what makes our neighborhood special. Somebody mentioned Halloween. It's a huge part of our neighborhood, and it's great. And so what we're going to do is displace 39 families who live in the building right now. They obviously won't be able to afford an apartment like on the Bristol, so those families are gone, let's just say, from our neighborhood. And I think it's really sad to set this precedent, to go through and say, let's go through and build another building and wipe out more families. We want to have working class families inside our neighborhood. This is why we live there. We don't live downtown for a reason. And I just want you guys to consider it. We're, very much opposed.
Sorry, my mic was not on. Is Regina still here? Regina Sullivan? Okay. Brooke Brooks?
Good evening. Sorry, this is my nightmare. My name is actually Brooke Raish, and I'm a third-generation West Palm Beach native. My grandfather was born here on Marlboro. And I have lived and owned at the Flaggler House since 2006. I mention this because, as you can imagine, I have seen and dealt with the growth of the city more than most. And as much as I want to be a part of the solution and not the problem, the Flaggler House is not the property to make an example out of. It is in disrepair, it's functionally obsolescent, it would fare terribly in the milestone assessment, and what's planned for in its place will be a much more beautiful addition to the neighborhood, as everyone just saw. Perko & Associates, they've done a phenomenal job in getting all 39 owners to agree to sell, which is anyone who's been in a condo, you can't get 10 people to agree to anything, so let alone 39 owners to agree. So I find it a bit egregious for neighbors, probably many new to the area, thinking they have the right to fight a sale of the property that we have all invested in. The improvements and the beauty the project will bring to the community, I think, far surpass the inconvenience of construction in the long run. There will be no additional units added, so traffic, if anything, will be more favorable due to the new parking and its placement on the property. I implore you all to look at the big picture and how it will affect many owners who cannot afford a large assessment, let alone the opportunity for a beautiful new building and the amenities for the neighborhood to enjoy. I understand the amount of change in the area can be frustrating for all locals, old and new, but it is progress, and you can't have new restaurants and schools and all the positive aspects without a little inconvenience. As much as everyone here in opposition thinks they are doing the right thing for the community, we are a part of this community, and this could be life-changing for many of us being forced out of West Palm Beach due to the exorbitant rise in real estate pricing. Thank you.
Brian Kuntz?
My name is Brian Coons. I live at 3705 South Flaggler. Been a resident there for over 25 years. Been in West Palm for over 30 years, and I remember when you didn't come downtown 30 years ago, especially at night. So there has been a lot of progress. The city has done a great job turning this city around. I was here during Wilma, Francis, and Jean, when Wilma came in and took out a good part of the city. Left the 1515 building sitting there as a skeleton for 2 or 3 years. We couldn't do anything at the time because the real estate market was also terrible, to say the least. We couldn't give the properties away. So slowly but surely, the redevelopment of the city and going north up by Rybovich and going south down by us, it's all been for the better of West Palm Beach and the community. Our place right now, yeah, it's not in very good shape. It needs help. I actually got this phone call the other day to come here on my birthday. I was in the middle of signing the paperwork to sell my home, and we already have plans for the future. I have escrow, non-refundable, sitting in somebody else's pocket for a new home, where if this development doesn't go through, you've got 39 families that are pretty much in trouble, plus 39 other properties that they were looking to buy. I know this is, for me personally, it may be, this is very personal for me. So I'm just saying, I believe that the project at 3705 is a good thing for us. Right now, yeah, the dogs, they drink out of our puddles, And the neighbors, they cut through the place where it says no trespassing. They come anyway, but we're neighbors. Come on in, enjoy, take the shortcut. I believe what they're doing as far as putting the right-of-way for all the neighbors in the area to get through to South Flagler and the dog watering station and everything else is in the best interest of the neighborhood. And I think it's a good idea. That's all I have to say. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Gladys?
As someone that
Please state your name and address for the record.
Gladys Air, 591 Evernear. As someone that was born and raised in this area, and now as a small business owner, I am in support of this development because it would provide environmental, drainage, and stormwater improvement to this area. The existing building was built in the 60s prior to the installation of Clean Waters Act that was further amended, requiring that future developers consider flooding, especially as a result of global warming. This new development and other projects like this is essential to the future of Palm Beach and Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. Gregory Delia?
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Gregory Delia. I reside at 3800 Washington Road in West Palm Beach. I've lived there since 2008. I currently serve as the board president. I'd like to give you this here. This is a petition signed by 47 of our residents who've asked me to speak on this. They are all opposed to this. I also have numerous letters here that there was a question as to whether or not some of the emails and letters that were mailed. I saw something a week ago where there were only 11 letters that were out there. I have approximately 20 here, and I know there are numerous other ones. I'm going to be very brief because most of what I have written here I've crossed off because it's been addressed by Amy Trigg and Jessica, and I really appreciate what they have to say. I am also not opposed to redevelopment. It needs to be done. We just put an almost $12 million assessment in at our building to do what is needed to comply with fire alarms, fire safety. We've already passed our 40-year recertification. We're maintaining our building. It is not our problem that these people chose not to maintain their location. And that should not be a factor in your making a decision. I understand that maybe they can't afford it, but a lot of the people at the planning meeting came up, and all these people that are in favor, they bought for $1.98, and they're getting a heck of a lot of money right now to get out of there. That's not something that we need to consider here. We need to be responsible and look at the neighborhood and look at what we are dealing with. Our building was built to replace a hotel that was very large, all right? We are 12 stories. We are actually 140 feet. We've been told that, and this building is going to be 60 feet over us. I especially appreciated the commissioner who wants to see the picture from the bridge, because that is going to be very telling. That building is going to be 60 feet taller. And when you see Harbor Towers and then Portofino South, and then you see this, on all these presentations, they refer to buildings that are downtown. That's got nothing to do with here. This is going to be very large. 18 stories is too high, and it sets a precedent for the neighborhood. The buildings all to our south are in play. They're sitting back waiting to see what happens here because they want to go 24 stories. There's people talking about different properties on Southern Boulevard. They want to see what they can get out of this. Right now, the nearest building is over 1.7 miles from us that is 18 stories. That is the Rapallos. And the next tallest building is out at the airport, the hotel. You put this building in here, and you set a precedent. They say there's no precedent. They look at each one. Well, we did 18 here. Why don't we go 24 there? Why don't we go 30 there? We're not the downtown district. We're not the middle bridge. This is the southern bridge. It's a totally different look here. And, you know, tonight it was said there's a lot on to the, yes, there are a couple of multifamily homes there. They're 2 stories. They're not 3 and 4 stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose, it's hard to read the last name here, but Esperante.
Hi, my name is Jose Escarret.
Thank you.
You know, I was here and I've been listening to everything. I've been in the community since about 2000. I'm a local business owner as well, and I can't for the life of me beat Harvey. I mean, his presentation was amazing, right? So Harvey, amazing. if we start to really analyze everything, as a business owner, everything that I do, I've noticed that Broward, Port St. Lucie, Miami, the west coast of Florida, they're all growing and they're all developing. And we're kind of like in the background here. I think that this development is absolutely amazing because it's thought out. They thought about everything. They talked to everyone. They talked to whoever they could. There are some people that are saying that they weren't spoken to. But I think looking at this property and what they're looking to achieve, I think it's just going to create nothing but an amazing, amazing opportunity for every person that's out here in West Palm Beach. You know, these types of developments for me are very, very, very personal because everybody talks about the collapse that happened in Miami. And what happened in Miami, I have two people that survived and one that passed away, okay? So I look and I scrutinize every single builder, every single developer, and I want to make sure that this never happens again. And I look at it from the structural standpoint, what's being placed, and how they actually communicate with everyone and make sure that this is going to be a staple here in West Palm Beach. I love it. And so I back it 100%. And for me to back a building means a lot. And I thank you.
Thank you. All right, starting over here on your left, I'd like Jim Brown, John Puritz, and Corey Sable. And then over here on your right, Galen Brannon, Heather Howeswith, and Jeanette Paula. Start with Jim Brown.
Hi, my name is Jim Brown. I've lived in the neighborhood for 20 years. I lived right next to the building for several years. Just moved down the street. Now live on Santa Lucia, moving down the street a little further to Alpine. We're building a modern home. We own in the building. We own in 3705 South Flagler. We've been landlords for a dozen years there. Renting is getting extremely tough. I've lost 2 tenants this year. I'm in support of the project. I think it'll be a tremendous asset to the community, and I look forward to it coming out of the ground.
Thank you. John Puritz.
Good evening. My name is John Puritz. I'm a business owner here in West Palm. I've also been a resident, left the area for a little while, and I'm happy to be back. But having been in West Palm Beach, I've had the privilege of watching the city grow, to evolve, and thrive. And over the years, we've seen how thoughtful development can uplift our community, strengthen our economy, enhance the quality of life for everyone who calls this place home. This project is no exception. It represents a smart, forward-thinking investment into our city's future. It will generate substantial tax revenue for both the city and the county, helping to fund important public services and infrastructure. Additionally, it's poised to positively impact surrounding neighborhoods by increasing property value and encouraging further revitalization. Projects like this one reflect the kind of progress that makes West Palm Beach such a dynamic place to live and work. So thank you for the opportunity to share a few words today and for your continued commitment to build a stronger and more vibrant community for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Sable.
Was it?
Carrie Sable.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sworn in, actually. I came late, so you want to swear me in?
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Carrie Sable, 339 East Lakewood. I live in So-So neighborhood, also Cena. I would also like to state that the people speaking from Cena do not necessarily represent everybody there. I'm here to speak in favor of the project. I'm a native of West Palm Beach. Literally, I was born here. Literally lived my entire life here. I attended Twin Lakes High School before City Place was built. I'm not sure everyone on the commission was here then, but I'm sure many of the residents in the Portofino building were not here at that time. And I'm sure that when the school was closed and City Place was rebuilt, there were plenty of people who also were opposed to it because they didn't want to see change in the neighborhood. However, your job and the job of prior commission is to plan the future, not dwell in the past. And all I'm hearing in opposition is dwelling on the past. I have children who live here with me. They go to school in the neighborhood. I'm a practicing attorney, and I have an office that's walking distance from this building. I live walking distance from this building. I've lived my entire life in this city, and I would not choose to live anywhere else. And it's true, the secret's out, right? But the secret's out because you all have allowed the secret to grow. So this building represents what our city needs. That block is one of the last blocks along Flaggler Drive that is stuck in the past. It's kind of embarrassing. You know, the building on the corner, I don't think anybody can argue it has any visual historic value. Our building neither. As some of the other people had said, the building itself is crumbling on itself. And the people who own there can't afford to rebuild it. And why would they? It's a 3-story building on Flaggler Drive. The value is just not there. So we hope that your focus is on the future of the city. As the other gentleman said, nobody can speak to the merits of the project better than Mr. Oyer. He really laid it out, and I'm not going to try to top that because I can't, but I just want to express that many of us who live here, who vote here, who are lifelong residents, I suspect many of the people in opposition are not lifelong residents. They've come here and they're trying to hold us back. I find it ironic that Portofino complains that there's going to be a building in front of their building when they tower over this building. They have a giant black asphalt parking lot that's about as ugly as a parking lot can be, and they don't want what they're doing to this building next door. That's hypocrisy. So I believe that the commission, if you are looking to the future, you need to approve this project because it's beautiful and it replaces something that just is old and not historic. So thank you.
Thank you. Galen?
Good evening, Madam President, City Commissioners. My name is Galen Brannon. I'm a resident of the South End at 214 Malvern Road. However, I'm only about 4 blocks away from the subject property. It seems like often in these chambers, we hear objections to projects based on it creating a certain precedent. I think a lot of times those threats are probably more bluster than truth. However, in this case, I think the claim about setting a precedent is not a hypothetical, it's actually real. The Palm Beach Post has published numerous articles about this specific area. I think they've reported on 3 other buildings are already being purchased by major developers. So this project tonight, this is not one of those cases where, well, if we approve it tonight, maybe something might happen in the future that could be of consequence of it. This is a case of if you prove this project tonight, that 100% these other things will happen. So if it is your intent to have this area of the city that's not in the downtown district kind of be developed, piecemealed into a mini Sunny Isles that towers over the nearby neighborhood, then this would be it. Otherwise, please consider that this area is nowhere near the downtown district. Anyone that is familiar with the area knows that even though it's zoned MF multifamily, the majority of those homes are small homes, mainly single family. They reside in these historic designated neighborhood. The city's zoning code and comprehensive plan is designed specifically to protect these kind of communities. It's there to ensure that growth is compatible, but also respectful of the character of the existing community. So I urge you to just please consider just the long-term consequences of the decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather and then Jeanette.
Good evening, Madam President and council members. My name is Heather Houseworth, and I'm a resident in downtown West Palm Beach, speaking in support of 3705 South Flaggler development. What stands out to me about this project is the level of thoughtfulness, particularly when it comes to the building's height and line of sight. It feels designed with the community in mind and not just the skyline. As development continues to move into Palm Beach for all the reasons that you would expect, I think that this is exactly the kind of approach that we should encourage, one where developers engage early, listen to local input, and work with the town council to create something that aligns with community values and priorities. This project sets a precedent for how future development can work with the community rather than around it. I urge you to approve this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeanette?
Hi, how are you guys? Thank you, City Council, Commissioners. My name is Jeanette Pavula. I'm a resident in West Palm Beach. I am kind of the hybrid. I'm not 40 years here, I'm 10 years. I'm a mix between living in a historic neighborhood, but also in a new construction building, and I'm very welcomed by my neighbors. I am in support of this program, in this project, mainly because of the integrity of the development team. I think that change is going to be inevitable. I think the most important thing that we're learning, though, with this project is that the opinions are listened to and they're heard. I think that this is a welcome project to the neighborhood. I walk my dog past the project site every single day. I have an English Mastiff. I think the idea of having water in summer and having, more curbside aesthetic is a really wonderful addition to this. But ultimately, I think that the integrity and the opinions, it's going to enhance the community, the character, and be an improvement for the livelihood in the neighborhood. While there is going to be change, there's just a lot of integrity that's going to preserve it in a way that's done with a lot of integrity and very well done. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we're nearing the end. I have the last 5, so we'll have Joan McAuliffe over here on the left, and Liz Nunes, and then Rosie Gekas. And then over here on the right, Robert Gerard and Adam Goldstein. So Joan?
This might be a little unusual. Let me see if I can get this down. Okay. Let me know if you hear me.
Yes,
My name is Joan McAuliffe. I live at Portofino South on the north side on the 9th floor. So I'll be looking at all this. But that's progress. But it really isn't a perfect structure in such a quiet residential neighborhood of beautiful homes. There's very few up here. Most of the condominiums and the big buildings are down on Flaggler, way down, as we all know, down by La Clara and down by the Bristol and down by the bridge. There's very few on this end of Flaggler. In fact, I can't think of any, except that 7-story one they built about 3 years ago. Not one condo sold, and they have no parking. That's right near us. The other thing that I'm concerned about is, where am I here? Losing my place, sorry. Oh, I guess the rest of the things have been covered by other people if I look at all my bullets here. It is a beautiful plan, but it doesn't belong where they want to put it. That's my opinion. Thank you all.
Thank you. Liz?
Hi, good evening. My name is Liz Nunes. My office is located at 3230 South Dixie Highway in West Palm Beach. I'm a realtor with the Kais Company, which is Florida's largest independent real estate firm that just turned 99 years in the real estate business. Our office is just up the road from Flaggler House. There's no doubt it's time to replace the old building along this prime waterfront location. The new building is just the type of high-end, high-quality residential offering that continues to be in growing demand in the area. I'm confident that this redevelopment will increase property values for the surrounding area. I hope you support this project and the positive impact it will have on the local real estate market. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosie? Rosie?
Good evening. My name is Rosie Gakis. I live at 330 Lido Street. Although I am on the opposite end where this building is, I keep hearing amazing comments about how it's going to increase property value and how beautiful this building is. All that is very, very true. But the fact is that our neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods are neighborhoods, not downtown, not a city. This building is going to set precedent for other buildings and other properties to go high, that high or higher. I have a few reasons written down here. One, it says, this has been discussed with other neighbors. It's actually gotten, this has gotten to be a pretty nasty fight. People have been threatened. People are afraid to speak because people have been said lawsuits were going to go their way. Neighbors are really getting nasty. I understand people want to make money off their investment and move out, but we don't want to move out. I've lived here for, 35 years, same house. I love my neighborhood. The house next door to me just sold for $4 million. Great. I'm not selling. I understand I'm not against progress, but we have been doing a lot of building without thought to keeping our neighborhood the way it was, why people have moved here. I even have new neighbors that said, we moved here 6 years ago to get away from New York, and it's turning into a New York and a Manhattan. So there's something called the Live Local Act, which was adopted by the legislation in 2024 and was amended during the recent 2025 legislation session. The Live Local Act, which permits local government from restricting building heights or density for buildings to commercial or industrial zone areas for 40% of the project are affordable housing units. Live Local also amended that this year it also included church or religious properties in addition to commercial and industrial zone properties. While the city cannot prevent a Live Local project if it is in commercial, industrial, and now church zoning, the Live Local Act does limit building height to nothing taller than current existing tallest building, regardless of the type of building within a 3/4 mile radius. Instead of the existing Portofino building at 157 feet being the tallest building in the 3/4 mile radius, if an 18-story or 194-foot building is approved, it will now become the tallest building, adversely impacting the entire Southern Boulevard corridor, church property south of Southern, and many other properties within that 3/4 mile, which many people are talking about buying and developing. Within the Planning and Zoning, when the Planning and Zoning Board reviewed the 3705 application, the amended Live Local Act had not yet passed the legislation, nor was it outside the outcome predictable. Considering the new addition to the church planning, please send this back.
Thank you,
for
Rosie.
reapproval. Thank you.
Robert?
Hi, my name is Robert Gerard. I'm a West Palm Beach native. I grew up on a house on Forest Hill on the Lake Block. I lived in the South End for 25 years before I bought a unit in the Flaggler Yacht Club, which is the building to the immediate north of the proposed property. I've lived there about 8 years. I got to see the transition of the South End neighborhood from when I bought my house of my own in the 90s. I don't think people really appreciate it wasn't always as nice as it is now. There were times it was, kind of dangerous, houses getting broken into. My neighbor on Elmore Road was murdered in his house in the 90s. So it's not like that anymore, which is great. Our neighborhood, where the proposed property is, hasn't gotten as safe as that yet. It's still, kind of dicey there at night. And so this new building is going to make us all safer. So when someone says, I don't like how tall it is, or, does it fit the nature of the neighborhood? I hope it doesn't. I want it to bring the neighborhood up, because right now when I walk my dog, it's a little scary there at 10 o'clock at night. And this will change that. And I don't think the people who are opposed to the project fully understand what the by right version of this building would look like. All but the upper floors of the building next to us won't see anything to their north. I won't need sunscreen anymore because our pool will be in the dark. I don't think there's an appreciation for what it would really look like. I almost wish we could build 2 of them, and then, we could figure out which one was the nicest one. So, thank you.
Thank you. Adam Goldstein. Is Adam still here? He said, I need to leave by 6:15. It is quite later than that, so I'll read his statement. I, a resident of the city of West Palm Beach, support the development of the 3705 South Flaggler project. Was there anybody else here who came to speak who didn't speak? I think I have read all the cards. Thank you all so much for staying and being involved in this process. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Fox.
Thank you, Harvey. I see you standing up. So the one question I did want to ask again, I know that there was a slide about the FAA approvals, but I heard from a few of the comments were about the flight patterns. And could you go over again what the FAA approvals were that you had showed us earlier?
Certainly. So one of the comments was the building is so big it needed FAA approval. FYI, any building built here needs FAA approval because it's in a flight path. So we received an FAA approval. In fact, it's the first approval that we sought and obtained, and it allows this height, and the developer chose to stop there. There is a mitigation program that you can do with FAA where you plot it on a flight chart, you put red blinking lights on the roof, you take a number of mitigation measures that allow you to build even taller, which is what the developers of those peer group, even though they were much further away, had to do. So any building built here will need an FAA approval because it's in a flight path. This developer elected to stop at the initial FAA approval and not seek the mitigation. And I don't know what height that would have yielded because I don't know what the maximum height is in this area with mitigation. I hope I'm answering your question.
Commissioner Ward.
I have a question for staff, I guess Harvey, if you know the answer to this, but I know someone talked about, and we've had this issue all over the city when it comes to the parking plans, and currently, the way it's set up, are there any fines or any financial compensation if you all break them? It's probably more for staff. Did we build that in? Have we built that into our parking plan, Armando?
Armando Fana, Assistant City Administrator. Yeah, the current code allows for, they get citations for the first 2 violations of the construction parking plan. The 3rd violation can result in pulling of the permit until they provide corrective action. We actually are we're in the process of updating the code further to allow for a little bit more structure to how it can be enforced, because right now it's a little bit difficult to enforce. You'd have to have people out there watching who's coming and going, so we're going to have an update to it. But currently, as it stands, they can't get their permit pulled in the 3rd violation.
Okay, President. And then Harvey, for you, when it came to the benefits, the outfall, Audubon, playground, I don't know if those are set in stone or not, but if they are, how are they going to be documented when it comes to, if this is approved, where are the funds going, who's going to follow up, how does it all kind of play out?
So should it be approved, these can be conditions of approval. So we've accepted all of the staff recommendations of approval or conditions of approval. These would be in addition. These are voluntary, so they could make their way into the development order. In terms of where the money goes, with respect to the flood vents, it would be payable to the city, whichever part of the engineering department is funding these. With respect to the playground equipment, I presume to Parks and Rec, but we'll take direction on that. And with respect to Audubon Islands, it will be directly to Florida Audubon.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the commission?
Madam President, I don't want to take up a lot of rebuttal time because I think a lot has been said, but just like the FAA letter, I'd like to make a few clarifications here that might better inform your deliberations. someone stated early on that I stated that it needed to be this tall to be marketable. I never said that. What I said is if we wanted to make it taller, we stopped where we stopped because it would be unmarketable if we made a smaller floor plate. So, and if that was misstated or misunderstood, let me state for the record, it doesn't need to be this tall to be marketable. It needs to be this tall to find a happy balance with the neighborhood so that we can over landscape it, have more open space, have greater setbacks, not put it up on Flaggler Drive, create breathability, create better view sheds, and have a marketable project. But I want to be very clear about that. My statement was something different, which was we couldn't make it any smaller to create more view sheds because we couldn't fit in the elevator banks, the mechanical runs, and have a marketable project. So it was actually the reverse of that. There was a statement about pushing families and I think the exact words were displacing 39 families. To be clear, all 39 unit owners voted to sell to my client. There was no hostile takeover here. No one has been pushed out. In fact, as one gentleman said, I think most or all of those 39 people have relied on this closing and have moved on with their lives to put another property under contract somewhere else. So I want to dispel any myth that anyone is being displaced. Someone mentioned that the zoning and comp plan is meant to prohibit projects like this. I'll remind you, your zoning and your comp plan are precisely what allow this. It's an MF32 zoning district and has been from inception of the code, and it is in a multifamily high residential flu district as well. So we're not asking you to change the code. We're designing a project that is compatible with your comp plan and code, and I would like the record to reflect that as well. And the last one I wanted to dispel is one of the earliest speakers said that our dog grooming business is going to put other local dog groomers in peril or out of business. We're not creating our own. We are leasing or licensing this to an existing local dog groomer who will now have a second location. So no one's being put out of business. We're enhancing someone's existing business. So I hope that provides a little bit of clarity on some of the issues raised. And of course, I'm delighted to try to answer any other questions.
Commissioner Ward.
What do you think about the commentary, mine included, that it sets precedent for the future in that small corridor?
Yeah, I wanted to address that, but you asked the staff the question, should there be a standard? And I don't think you can, because every property is a different size. Every property is a different geometry. Properties have different surrounding neighbors. They may have roads, they may have parks, they may have a building right against them. So that is the beauty of an RPD. It allows your staff, your planning board, and you to evaluate on a case-by-case basis whether it's appropriate or not. So you get to evaluate things like design. You get to evaluate things like, are there community benefits? Will your taxpayers derive some sort of benefit? Will the neighborhood derive a benefit? And I think if you artificially cap it at some number, whether that's a big number or a small number, it sort of defeats the purpose of the RPD. Now, that's not my business. No one elected me to the city commission. You have the prerogative to do whatever you want, but you asked my opinion, and my opinion matches up with Angela's opinion, the staff opinion, that it's not a one-size-fits-all. If you look at our neighbor next door, who the last speaker lives there, they have a very large piece of property with very different dimensions. And to tell them and us, which are not similar properties in any way, that they should be limited doesn't make any sense. This is designed so you have the authority to evaluate the pros and cons of anyone who comes before you. And that's what we elected you to do.
Thank you. I do want to make a few comments. First, again, thank you to everybody who's come here today. You know, we heard a lot of different perspectives and points of views. We have received and read the communications that come into our office. And I truly believe that everyone up here is committed to preserving the character of each neighborhood, and each neighborhood is different. And I think that that's why it's important that each of us, live and are elected in different districts, because we bring different perspectives and share among this dais. And I understand that height is the biggest discussion topic today, and that it is a significant impact and element of how a neighborhood looks and feels. It shapes our skyline. It gives us a sense of space. However, as I mentioned earlier in my comments, I think that there is more to preserving our neighborhood that goes into our decision-making and in our feel of what we are going to have in this city than just how tall a building is. And so I think that it also involves the walkability, the accessibility, the look and the feel of the design, and how we as the public interact with this building. And so I want you all to know that I don't take that lightly, that, I heard some moans and groans and comments in the audience, and I know that we all take this extremely seriously, and that should this pass tonight, that it is not that we don't care about each of the neighbors and everybody's perspective, but that we are looking at this as a whole and doing our very best to make these decisions to help make the city, how to respect our past while also embracing the future. So with that, if there's no other comments, I will entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move approval of ordinance number 5128-25, a rezoning to change the zoning designation of approximately 1.42 acres located at 3705 South Flaggler Drive from multifamily high-density residential MF32 to residential plan development RPD. This motion is based upon the application submitted, the staff report, factual testimony, the recommendation of the planning board, and the findings that the request complies with the comprehensive plan and the standards in section 94-32 of the city zoning and land development regulations, and schedule second reading for May 27, 2025 commission meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
There was a motion and a second. This is an ordinance. Madam Clerk?
Ordinance number 5128-25, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida, amending the zoning map of the City of West Palm Beach, Florida by rezoning one parcel located at 3705 South Flaggler Drive, approximately 1.2 acres, from multifamily high-density residential MF32 to residential plan development RPD, to create the Flaggler House Residential Plan Development Zoning Designation, providing for the establishment of development regulations by separate resolution, declaring this zoning map amendment to be consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, revising the zoning map of the city accordingly, providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you to everyone. We will have comment by the commissioners, but I understand many of you may want to leave. We'll just take one moment for you all to leave, unless you'd like to stay and hear what else we have to say.
Right.
You can give that to the clerk. All right, and if you all would please leave the room, if you all are leaving us, we're about to start commission comments, and I'll start with Commissioner Warren.
Thank you. Congratulations to Palm Beach County Caucus of Black Elected Officials on a successful 2025 scholarship luncheon. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the hosting of the luncheon that was Saturday, May 10th. The event was tremendous success in raising critical scholarship funds to support our youth in pursuing higher education. Your commitment to empowering the next generation is truly commendable. I'd also like to extend congratulations to Ms. Banks for the My Teacher, My Hero success, and the Urban League of Palm Beach County on the success of their recent event as well. There will be an upcoming Housing Heroes Luncheon on May 14th. Please join me Wednesday for the hosting of the Leadership Council of Palm Beach County's third annual Housing Heroes Luncheon. This event honors outstanding local leaders who have made significant contributions to advancing housing solutions in our community. The Housing Leadership Council continues to champion sustainable and equitable housing opportunities for all residents of Palm Beach County. To learn more, or to attend, please visit hlcpbc.org. I'd like to express my gratitude to the representatives of 39 municipalities that comprise Palm Beach County for re-electing me to represent large cities as a board member for the Palm Beach County League of Cities. And I will be sworn in again on May 28th, and I'm very honored to fulfill that role. And mark your calendars for Saturday, June 14th, from 4 to 8 p.m. at the Town Center Amphitheater in Wellington for the Juneteenth World Sickle Cell Day celebration. Juneteenth and World Sickle Cell Day are both acknowledged on June 19th, but this event will take place on June 14th. The important event commemorates both of these days, raising awareness while celebrating freedom, unity, and community. Admission is free and everyone is welcome. This event is open air. Please bring your chairs or blankets and receive information, health screening, hear from great bands that have line dancing, Junkanoo Band, game bus for kids, and so much more. There will be food trucks and all types of vendors. Again, this event is open to the public and everyone is invited to attend on Saturday, June 14th from 4 to 8 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on your reappointment. Commissioner Ward?
And yeah, congratulations, Commissioner Warren, or my namesake. So I just want to follow up on something now that the crowd has left, just for us, because we can't talk amongst each other normally, but I disagree with the commentary that doesn't set precedent, and I'm just giving you my perspective of being in the thick of it in District 1, where they didn't have this many people show up and they didn't have hundreds of people sending emails on both sides. I think we got a big understanding that there's a ton of people who loved this and a ton of people who didn't like this. But this is what's going to happen the rest of the way of this little area. And maybe it won't go past Southern, but every other building is going to go through this soon, other than maybe Portofino, because they did what they were supposed to do when it came to keeping their condo coffers a little bit heavier. And so I would just say, I think it's incumbent of us to start having these conversations now with staff so that we know down the road what this is going to look like and how this is going to impact, because the next one will probably ask for higher, and then the next one will ask for higher. Just like in the North End, how excited we were about Alba. And I'm not saying that it's a bad project, but there was a lot of buyer's remorse afterwards because you saw it in real life. And we're abutting a historic neighborhood closer than this one. I drove around multiple times today and looked at that area and disagreed with the assertion that it was right next to. And I disagree with a lot of the commentary from residents. I think it could be a corridor that you could redevelop, totally different than some of the narrow areas along North Flaggler. I think it is incumbent upon us to actually have these conversations with staff now, so that we're not sitting here 6 months from now doing this same thing over again. It's the definition of insanity, and we should get ahead of it. So with that being said, I'll move on to something else, and I feel terrible that I'm announcing all these names because nobody's watching this, but we'll see. My Education Advisory Committee that I'm the liaison for did a great job outreaching to businesses and promoting essentially our Teacher Appreciation Week. And a lot of businesses participated, and I'm just going to name of some of them that we highlighted just to say thank you and know that we did our best to advertise and try to tell all of our teachers, and everybody on the committee reached out. But we have Blue Mercury, Casper Sleep, Celis Juice Bar, Eaton Cake, Day by Day Shop, Grayson Clothier, Bellagio, Mint Echo, Park Avenue Barbecue, Pura Vida, Rohi's Readery, Rhythm and Hughes, Sistema Floyd, The Salty Donut, and other shops around the city. So I thank you all for your participation. I'm hoping next year we can try to make it a month-long event. Every business is they're given the leeway to decide what discount they want, how long they want it, and a lot of our businesses participate because they know how important our teachers are. So I'm very, very grateful for everyone's participation. And then UB Kinsey Educational and Community Center will be hosting their Health Expo on this Saturday, May 17th from 10 to 1. We have the FAU Community Health Clinic, the Center for Child Counseling, Mental and Behavior, Children's Home Society, Bridges Family Support Services, and Comcast Lift Zone Initiative. So if you're around and feel interested, it's open to the public. And again, it's the UB Kinsey Educational and Community Center in the Historic Northwest District. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox?
Thank you so much. It's good to be here. I was gone for the last 2 meetings, and 2 meetings ago I was actually on a TPA trip, and I look forward to telling you all about what I learned on a night that we haven't been here for 5 hours. But anyway, so thank you for holding down the fort. I wanted to mention this Saturday I had a call in the morning from a residential building downtown. They were having this horrible pressure cleaning noise at the office tower next to them. I'm not going to name any names because I think it's something that we allow, so I don't want to call anybody out because they were actually doing something that we as a city allow. But this went on from 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. or 8 p.m. The pressure cleaning was so loud you could hear it in the whole entire building. Then the next morning on Mother's Day, I wake up to another text that they're back all day. So I mention this because I think it's one of the many struggles that we're having downtown, that in a downtown that didn't used to have any residents, the balance of trying to figure out the best way for businesses and residents to get along with issues like this. I'm sure the office tower doesn't want to be doing pressure cleaning when they have their tenants there during the week, and so they're doing it on Saturday, Sunday, when an entire building, or trying to sit by the pool or trying to relax, trying to have Mother's Day brunch at their home, and they cannot literally think straight. That I can hear, they're filming it for me to hear from the window of their homes, that you could hear it inside. So I'm bringing this up because I don't know if this is something that we can look at. I did talk to our assistant city administrator about, he said possibly, maybe there's a way that we could at least limit this kind of thing on Sundays, so that any kind of work that we're doing, could be done Saturdays and at least give residents a day off. So I'm mentioning this is a specific issue. There's others that are similar that come up, but I did want to put it on everybody's radar because people that live downtown want to have a good quality of life too, even though they're living downtown surrounded by, offices. So that's all I have right now, and hopefully we can talk more again soon about bike lanes. Thanks.
Welcome back, and thank you. Commissioner Peduzzi?
Thank you. And I know we don't usually do this, but since Commissioner Fox brought it up, I think it's a difficult topic. It's to come up with a reasonable solution. They're cleaning the streets. If we weren't cleaning the streets, they'd be in here in masses saying the downtown is disgusting. That's what they would be saying to us. The problem is, when do you do it? Do it in the middle of the night, they call us and complain. They call us on our cell phones in the middle of the night to wake us up, to tell us that it's not right that they're cleaning the streets in the middle of the night. We do it during the day on a Sunday, they complain that it's on a Sunday. If we do it during the day when people are in business, on Monday through Friday, people are going to get wet, and then they're going to call us and complain. I don't think there is a good time to clean it, but we got to clean it because the repercussions for not cleaning the streets are going to be so much worse than cleaning them and maybe having a few people complain about the noise. But it's a difficult one, but I'm happy to see that our streets are clean. So I'll just say that. Congratulations to Commissioner Warren on your selection at the League of Cities and your leadership there, and hopefully we'll see another West Palm Beach commissioner or mayor be the president of the League of Cities. I think we've held that position. The commissioner has held that position several times before, and I'm sure that you're on your way there. So we'll look forward to that. With regard to Commissioner Ward, I agree with you that maybe we need to. The W's are getting me confused. It's late. I wanted to say Warren. I'm like, wait, that's Ward. So it's tough at this time of night. But I think bringing predictability back to the process it would be beneficial for all of us, because we have residents come in here that are going to be angry with us no matter what we do. And at least if they know what to expect, because there's some predictability, it would probably help us in making our decisions and help them with understanding why we've made our decisions. So I think that's a good idea. That's all I have.
Thank you. And thank you all for your patience and support of helping me get through this. It was a last-minute request to cover this meeting, and I think Commissioner Peduzzi has the record for covering the shortest. I may have the record for covering the longest. Commissioner Ward, thank you for your comments. I agree, and I think that that's a great suggestion in talking with staff, and I see heads nodding, so I'm grateful. The other thing that I found really interesting in one of the surveys that they provided us was their question was, are you aware of the city's process for granting height bonuses to developers? And the majority said, no, I would like to learn. And I think that, you know, if you look at the questions and the answers and the things that people were speaking on, I would like to think that, you know, that people are, and maybe not just think that, but they're showing us here that they would like to learn more about our process. And I did hear, you know, some statements that, you know, that there's misunderstanding of what our code allows for and what it doesn't. And so I think that we could do a better job of helping to provide that information. I wanted to, make a few announcements. The Latin Quarter Job and Safety Fair is on Saturday, May 17th from 12 to 3 in the cafeteria of Forest Hill High School. And I just want to thank the Latin Quarter. They've done a tremendous job of being visible in the neighborhood and bringing residents and people from throughout the city to opportunities like this, the Job and Safety Fair, as well as school supply drives that they do at other times. I want to echo Commissioner Warren's comments about the Palm Beach County Black Elected Officials Scholarship Luncheon this past Saturday. It was tremendous to see the scholarships that were provided and the support for our community that's there. Also wanted to say congratulations to 1909 on their grand opening event this Saturday. It's very exciting to see them in their new home. And with that, it's 9:19, and I think that this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all so much.